Hello. Check. Check 1, 2. Can everybody hear me? Can everyone hear me? Can we get a hello, Rob, going in the chat? Yes, okay, and I can see it in my overlay. Yeah, that's right. You can see I'm wearing a blazer. I'm taking this shit seriously. All right, this isn't some podunk corn pone stream. What? Yeah, I'm wearing my blazer. I'm being like a news guy today. Genuine news guy. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. I just posted this. I just tried to post this on Facebook. Of course. It does not really post properly. Oh, we got a subscriber. I think, or something. I just added all this stuff today to my OBS here. I'm not seeing I'm hearing notifications and I'm not seeing the alert. I will have to figure that out. I'm going to figure that out on the fly. Oh, Liv sending people to the chat. That's good. Excellent. Why won't this work properly? Oh, well. Not much I can do. Switching over to the screen. I'm just setting up all my stuff here, folks. Setting up all my stuff. So just bear with me for 1 minute. We're going to be here for the long haul. So, don't...
Take your time.
Yeah, we can take our time here getting set up. I'm going to take that off, the line thing off. Okay. Alerts. Copy that over here. There we go. Now I should be seeing my alerts. I think I just fixed that. Look at it. I'm already troubleshooting stuff live. So, it bodes well. Bodes well for the stream here. And we're going to see how this goes. Probably if I could afford a better streaming rig, I would be less nervous about stuff working properly. Oh, hello. Hello, someone following me. Pretty cool. Look at this. I got overlays. I got alerts. I got the chat going. Pretty neat. Look at all these. It's already kind of bugging me, actually. It's already bugging me. And, oh boy. Okay, so, as you probably have guessed from the promotion that I've been doing for this stream and for, the thing that says on the screen what it is, this is my Canadian Election Spectacular. Thank you for joining the stream. I am happy to have you. And this is going to be fun. I'm here live at Ricochet Media headquarters here in Montreal, Quebec. We're going to be experiencing this hellish, brutal election culmination today. All together. Oh boy. The chat is already just going crazy. The chat is already going crazy.
Can I weigh in stuff? Or
yeah, of course.
Do you want me to weigh in?
Do you want to come? Andre's going to come say hello, everybody. Come take a seat, Andre.
Thanks, Rob.
Okay.
Oh, hey folks. Andre
Goulet, everybody from Ricochet.
Yeah, Ricochet National Podcast Coordinator, host of Unpacking the News. Rob, thanks for having me. And thanks for coming down to the Ricochet HQ here in the Botanical.
Yeah, I do. I like the backdrop, actually. It's kind of nice. It's like I'm in like a dentist waiting room or something.
And there's old copies of Jacobin and like Adbusters and stuff. Yeah.
Great.
Rob, one thing we're looking for tonight, if I may, is turnout. In 2015, it was just shy of 69%, which is a really hot turnout. And the year prior to that, though, 61%, right?
Yeah.
No real Trudeau mania. And before that, 59% in 2008. So is it going to be a big night? Are people actually coming out or not? How was your polling lineup today when you went to vote?
Well, when I went, it was, it was pretty slow going, but I'm like a podcaster, so I went in the middle of the day when people were at work. So maybe things picked up a little bit. It was a very easy process though, going to vote. How many edibles do you think are needed to survive tonight? I don't know. I'm on a bunch of government THC spray though. Just took a bunch of that. So if I start acting really loopy and weird in about 45 minutes from now, that would be why.
That's right. This was actually the first election where people like you were able to legally go vote high.
Yeah, that's true. That's correct.
How cool is that?
And that's the one thing I'm going to give Justin Trudeau credit for. He walked back 95% of his progressive promises. I am impressed that he followed through on that.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of thought before it came to fruition, I kind of imagined that he was going to pull this thing like, after the election, we're going to do that. And I kind of thought it was going to be one of those little tricks.
Bait and switch.
Yeah, the bait and switch, exactly. But I was happy to be wrong about that. Still not enough for me to support the Liberal Party in this election. And I don't think it's enough because I think you talked about turnout, right? Well, the last election, Trudeau really did get young people kind of excited with his progressive promises about marijuana and environmentalism and taxing the rich. He had kind of like a pseudo tax the rich, spend social programs message that I think excited a lot of people, got a lot of turnout going. But as we know now, a lot of that was complete dog shit.
Nonsense.
So, yeah, just pulling stuff out of his ass, which, fair enough. So I think that is going to probably affect turnout, but we have seen in the last couple of weeks Jagmeet Singh start to really kind of like get out there.
We did.
A big turnaround in the polls for him, but like his personal polls, and seemed like it was getting a bump for the NDP as well.
Yeah. Personal popularity up to 54% or something like that from like the late 20s at the start of the campaign. With young people, it's pretty through the roof. I think it's as high as 60 or something, and that started to really shift after the massive climate apocalypse strikes and marches, which you were at with Justin, with Mr. Trudeau.
Yeah, exactly.
And me too, and your kid.
Yeah.
And my nieces.
I was literally with Justin, just walking with him because we're pals.
Right.
Friend of the show.
Friend
of the stream, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau.
And 500,000 other people.
Yeah.
But it was at that point where he completely hypocritically walked with the crowd that the youth started to kind of pivot away from supporting the Liberal Party. How's that going to affect turnout? I don't know. Is it going to go towards the NDP? You can only hope so.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Jagmeet Singh did put himself out there and seemed like he was really exciting young people to the same extent that maybe Trudeau was last time. We're going to see tonight whether that translates into actual movement, like in terms of votes for the NDP. That's kind of the key. You can do all the TikToks you want, but ultimately people need to be going to vote for you also.
And Jagmeet is the first racialized federal political leader in Canadian politics, which is amazing. He's also kind of the first rad dude who maybe has ever run in Canadian politics. Jack Layton, nice guy. You might want to sit around a campfire, strum a guitar with him. Tommy Douglas, maybe you want him to preach a sermon at you. But I'm not sure how many rad dudes you'd actually want to go like sit in the park and like have a few beers or like get you to help move a couch up to your apartment on the third floor or something, besides Jagmeet. He's just kind of a rad dude.
He's a cool guy. And I mean, I've always thought that since he won the leadership election, and I guess the frustration has been, like, for me anyways, it's a little frustrating to see this approach start 3 weeks before an election and not 2 years before or three.
But things crystallize under like the hot glare of like attention, right? And the way media cover things. Because he ended up being the only person who was actually engaging, intriguing, normal, human, like at the debates, which is the only big public way that people get to see political leaders. So I kind of feel like he just ended up stepping into the spotlight because of how things go, because politics is stupid and it sucks.
Yep, that is true. And I think because of like it's been interesting for me, definitely over the last couple of weeks. I've heard from a lot of my like progressive American friends and journalists, hey, what's up with Jagmeet Singh? What's up with the NDP? All of a sudden, people are getting excited about this. I think there's some like Americans that are maybe getting overhyped on this and that think that there has been like a polling bump and think that like, there's some mystery about whether Jagmeet's going to be prime minister after tonight. I don't think that's going to happen.
Right.
That would be nice, certainly. I would be happy to be wrong about that.
The night is young. We don't know.
Yeah, probably not going to happen.
Right, and so Bashkar from Jacobin tweeted, like, if he gets 20%, is this like a good night? Because maybe parliamentary politics are pretty opaque to American observers. But yeah, 20% would be a really good night for Jagmeet and for the NDP. That would be like 40 seats, maybe. And 40 seats would be an excellent night for the party in the 2019 election.
Yeah, and we're going to see. We're going to see what happens. I feel like Quebec is probably going to be a problem.
Hey, we're in Quebec right now.
I know we are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We're on the plateau in Montreal where it's very likely that there's going to be a big... This has been an NDP riding for the last decade. Hélène Laverdière was the foreign policy critic for the NDP. She's rad. She retired and was not running in this election. The NDP candidate Nima Machouf is the spouse of the former leader of Québec Solidaire, which is the NDP analog for Quebec. Sorry, this is kind of complicated. I was really hoping she was
inside baseball stuff.
I was really hoping she was going to do well tonight and keep the riding for the NDP, but the Liberals' parachuted candidate Stéphane Guilbeault, is that his name? Yeah, I think so. He's like kind of like former head of an environmentalist group. He's well known as an environmentalist. So of course he's joining the pipeline-owning party. He's like a classic arriviste kind of person who, arrives just because he thinks he can win.
Yeah.
And it looks like the Plateau is going to elect him according to the couple of polls I saw. We'll see. That would be a really good surprise to see him lose. He's the worst kind of opportunist politician. He's probably going to win, though. That's where we're at in Montreal.
Yeah. Yeah, I live in like a heavily liberal riding. I don't really want to dox myself. I mean, I guess it's a big riding. It's Marc Garneau's riding, who's the transportation minister. Probably pretty unlikely that he's going to lose his seat. I think that's pretty much as safe as a seat can get in this democracy. But did not vote for Mr. Garneau myself. I kind of wanted to vote for the Communist Party, but I didn't have a Communist Party candidate to vote for in my riding. So.
And of course, we're talking about the Eastern Montreal riding of Hochelaga-Maisonneuve, where you live.
Yes.
Yes.
Exactly. Okay, so how's that? How are we doing out there, everybody? Does that make sense to everybody so far? Man, I've never had this many viewers yet so far on my channel, so we're pretty happy about this. This is pretty neat. Thank you for watching, everybody. This is going to be fun. Now, the question is whether when I try to have my guests, whether that's going to work or whether that's going to crash my whole system here. That's going to be the big test. That is going to be the big test.
Are you worried?
I'm a little worried. But I think, so as much as we're making predictions, I mean, so since I kind of started really thinking about this stuff about 18 months ago, the designer of the cool 49th Parallel shirt that I'm wearing right now in the chat. Yeah, very cool. Available on tpublic.com. But pretty much as soon as I started doing my podcast, 49th Parallel, I did pretty much just assume, I've talked about this plenty lately, but if you're just joining me tonight and you want to get my take on this, I've been pretty much running under the assumption for the last 18 months that we're headed towards a conservative government. Just because, there's different polls and there's different reasons why that's not going to happen, but it fits with the general trend of everything everywhere constantly getting worse, which I think, kind of makes sense. Have started to feel a little bit more optimistic over the last couple of days, which is possibly just me really setting myself up for disappointment despite spending the last 18 months kind of getting mentally prepared for the conservative government to come in. So I think the absolute best case scenario for the election tonight, and we're going to see what happens, is a liberal minority government with the NDP holding the balance of power. That, I think, is pretty much the best we can expect from this. And the idea, the important thing that would have to happen in that scenario is the NDP would have to use that power and not just say like, oh, we're just the junior partners and let the Liberals do whatever they want. they would have to like extract real concessions from the Liberal Party in order to make that work. So that I think is probably the best case scenario. But a lot of the polls and the projections that I've been looking at are we may be heading towards like chaos parliament, which is like an option as well. It's not clear whether if things end up how they were, like kind of the projections were showing, whether the Liberals and the NDP will even have enough seats to form a majority. And then who knows what's going to happen then. We might just be heading towards another election in 8 months from now. No one really knows. But also that could be some possibly, that could be a possibly beneficial scenario as well, because as Lord Peter Baelish says in the hit HBO program Throne of Games, chaos is a ladder.
Ooh.
So if we have chaos parliament, that just might be the next step towards full communism. Maybe we can just make that happen, sooner rather than later.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I hope. That's what I'm kind of aiming for, anyways. I don't look like Baelish. Come on, book it. Okay. I'm gonna just crack open my energy drink here. Settling in for the long haul. Like I said, I took some government THC spray earlier. I've got a energy drink here. It's like a millennial speedball. So I'm gonna be good to go for the rest of the stream. Thanks for following Angle the Bert.
Rob, I gotta weigh in with a special Newfoundland update by
oh boy, we got a first update.
St. John's East elected an NDP member of parliament. This is a riding returning to the NDP. The Liberals took it in 2015 by about 600 votes. This is now back in the NDP column. Ooh. NDP, one member on the board.
That's a good sign.
It's a good sign.
Yeah. Let's we can go to our big board here if we want. Go down to that. So we got the big board. So we see the NDP with their first seat there, like Andre was just updating us.
And from this side here, the Liberals have 9 seats, but that's like super normal for that region of the country.
Yeah. There are some regions of Canada that you can just kind of call for the Liberals right away. You could probably call this whole city.
You can set your watch to it, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, holy shit. Like, Bonavista Buren Trinity elected a Liberal by 26,000 votes in 2015, by 24,000 votes in Coast of Bay's Central Notre Dame. So this is Newfoundland, guys. It's Newfoundland.
Yeah. Should us dipshit Americans be watching the CBC with this? I'll probably I can turn the CBC on this stream as well. So we can have that going here. I don't know if we want that. We can try that. I'm open to anything, folks. Right? We got a long night ahead of us. It's 8:25 Eastern now. We're going to be going for about another 3 hours at least. Who knows? I'm not totally expecting to know what the result is by the time we're finished here. Maybe, but we'll see. We're gonna see.
Rob, I'll weigh in again. Is it okay if I'm just doing popping in?
Yeah, you can pop in.
Okay.
Do pop-ins. That's fine.
So this is like very armchair analysis from someone who doesn't actually have a political science background, but basically the Liberal Party swept the Maritimes in 2015. At this point, they've been elected or re-elected in 25 of 31 ridings, but that's 5 going to the Conservatives, possibly. It's still up in the air, and 1 going to the NDP. It's a drop for the Liberals because, as I say, they're like very much the strongest party in that region. An indication of things to come? Who knows? It's early.
Yeah. So hang on, I'm just Let's see if this is a good option for. Do we want this? Or is it better to have the actual like CBC coverage? Oh boy, it's okay. It's okay. Got a little bit of a MacGyver setup here going on.
It looks cool.
Yeah. What do you guys think of my whole like thing here with the image? Is it over there? Where is it? Am I pointing in the wrong direction? No, there. Does it look cool? I spent like a while today getting my stream in order. Yeah, good vibes. Good vibes. Well, I feel pretty good about this, right? We got some viewers happening. I got guests too. I got people gonna come on to talk to me at some point.
Who's calling in?
Oh wait, hold on. We got someone here. Hang on a sec, folks. I'm gonna get my headphones here. My like ratty, messed up headphones. Cans that we also say in the biz. Let me see here.
Hello, testing 1 2 3.
Hello, Ishmael. Can you hear me?
How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing very well.
Great.
Folks, we got Ishmael and Daro calling in.
Woo!
Hey, cool stream by the way. This is like, CTV level quality at least.
Yeah, I feel like it is. Did I spell your name
Yeah.
correctly there? Ishmael and Daro.
You got it.
Okay, cool. See, I prepared for this, Ishmael. I've been getting around all my stuff ready all day.
Oh man. So
Ishmael, do you want to just introduce yourself?
Yeah,
introduce
of course.
yourself. Let everyone know what your deal is.
Well, I'm a Canadian journalist. I'm living in New York right now. I work with Democracy Now! Is that? It's a little TV news outlet.
Yeah.
Here in New York.
You might have heard of.
Yeah. But I'm watching the election stuff coming in, and I did vote. I voted by mail, and I'm somewhat invested in how this turns out.
Cool. Yeah. I mean, it should be pretty interesting. I guess you've been kind of busy. You're in the States. You're working for Democracy Now! I guess you've got a lot of crazy Trump stuff to mentally process on a day-by-day basis. But have you been paying attention to what's happening here at all, or just kind of?
Yeah, I've tried.
Yeah.
I got to say, you're right. The crazy Trump stuff, it always takes over. But my American coworkers did briefly take an interest when our prime minister did racism. And then everyone just moved on 2 days later.
Yeah. That was something else, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe it. It's it's kind of funny I was watching the CBC stream before hopping on with you, and it's like that just didn't happen, or that it happened on a different planet, or decades ago. And to me, I don't know. I wouldn't say it's maybe impact the election that much ultimately.
I don't think
right?
so either. Yeah, I don't really think so either. If anything, it just really, I think, shattered this very carefully cultivated image that Trudeau had, that had been built up for a long time, and really exposed that to a lot of people as being bullshit. To me, I think ultimately the thing that's going to cost Trudeau tonight is more based on the ways that he's walked back a lot of his progressive promises from the last election, and his actual actions as prime minister. not like doing blackface and being racist.
Yeah.
But it did.
No,
I
that's
think,
just sort of a.
Yeah, it did show people like what that all that kind of. It was really just kind of like a carefully stage managed persona.
Exactly. It's just sort of like a symbolic realization of like everything else you just mentioned.
Yep. So okay, well it's pretty exciting doing this stream here. I've been kind of paranoid all day that it was not going to work, and seems to be going okay.
So in your election broadcast, are you calling it? Are you ready to call another strong, stable majority government for the Communist Party of Canada?
yeah, the one true CPC.
Yeah, the only CPC that matters.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I think some people seem to suggest that that's unlikely, that they can make a majority government with only like 35 candidates, but I don't see. I mean, let's see what happens first before we start making judgments about it, right? Maybe it could happen.
Yeah. I mean, look, the election desk, I trust your election desk's judgment. You know, if you guys say it's a majority.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to rule it out. I'm not ready to rule it out. That's for sure.
Yeah.
No, but
folks, it's too early.
Yeah. No, like I was just saying, I think I've kind of gone back and forth thinking about, is there going to be a conservative government? Is there going to be maybe a liberal minority with the NDP? I think we might just be headed towards like pure chaos parliament, where no one can really form the government, and we either like have another election soon. Like I feel like there's a chance that this election could be our Brexit-esque political crisis that just ends up turning into this like extended years-long process of craziness.
Yeah, well, it's funny you mentioned Brexit, because that's actually what I was thinking about earlier. I mean, not Brexit in particular, but like the 2010 UK election, where like the Tories and the Labour Party came out kind of like close, and then the Lib Dems, dipshits, and joined up with the Tories. But like that election, also like nobody came out of it knowing what was going to happen. And then in the days and weeks later, David Cameron became prime minister, and then he did Brexit and ruined the country.
Yep. Yeah, and like I was saying before, I don't know if you caught the beginning of the stream, but if we do end up in a scenario tonight where the NDP is holding the balance of power in a liberal minority government, they can't do what the Lib Dems did in that election, which is just like let the Conservatives just co-sign everything the Conservatives did. I mean, Nick Clegg, I remember, campaigned on not allowing tuition hikes to happen, and then he immediately gets in and just lets the Conservatives hike tuitions. And so, if the NDP did end up in that situation, that's what they couldn't do, is like, just co-sign a bunch of liberal bullshit. They would need to actually use that power and extract real concessions from the Liberal Party in order to even form the government. And that's what I would hope they would do if we end up in that situation tonight, where they kind of have that power.
I mean, I think I'm guessing that a lot of like progressive people in Canada are kind of hoping for that outcome, because the Liberals are full of shit, but they can kind of be browbeaten into doing sort of the right thing most of the time. Pressure on them. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm hoping comes out of this. But you're right. Like it's actually really tough being the junior partner in a coalition, because you're left holding the bag on all the bad stuff, and you don't actually get credit for a lot of the good stuff.
Yeah. I definitely think they would have to learn the lesson of the Lib Dems in that situation. So we'll see. I mean, that to me is like the cautionary tale for what can happen in that kind of situation.
Yeah, totally. And I feel like even if they like force the Liberals to like pass pharmacare or a bunch of other good policies, there's no guarantee that a year from now there won't be another election, and then the Liberals will get credit for all that. Which, by the way, I don't think matters ultimately. Like, I think good policy and good outcomes are like worth doing. I don't know if I trust the NDP to be like actually anticipate that, or to prevent it in some way.
Well, that's what I would have said about the NDP over the last 2-3 years, but it seems like over the last few weeks since this election has started, they have started to kind of get it and get what activists have kind of been pushing them towards for a while now. So I would hope that it's really important out of this election that, because like I said, we're not going to end up with Prime Minister Jagmeet Singh tonight. I don't think anyone should have any illusions about that. But what I hope comes out of this election is that what they learn is that, okay, this is what people respond to, this really kind of bold, ambitious agenda. It's really popular, all this stuff. We've got a good, charismatic leader that people are responding to, that they kind of trust and they think is likable. So let's keep going now. Let's push even harder. Let's go even further. Because, I mean, a lot of their program is pretty good, but some of it's pretty watered down, too. So what I hope they learn the lesson out of this election is like, okay, we see what people are responding to. Let's actually push further now. And that's how we're going to gain, like, legitimate political power in this country and not just be like a perennial third place junior partner anymore.
Yeah, totally. And, you know, I've watched this from afar, so I haven't been able to keep up with like the daily ups and downs. But I've been like impressed, like the NDP and Jagmeet Singh, there was some weak tea like a year ago.
Yeah, I've been complaining about it like incessantly.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what you think, Rob, but like my reading of that is that like the Alberta NDP losing their election was maybe good for them because they no longer had this terrible like pro-pipeline part of the party they had to sort of appease, and now they can actually run on their traditional sort of policies.
That is true, but it would have been nice if they could have if the Alberta NDP could have been not terrible also. I think that could have been a good outcome for them. If they
come on.
Yeah,
Be realistic.
I know. But that would have been kind of cool if they had taken this historic victory and then said, okay, now we've got power. Who knows how long we're going to have this? Let's start a just transition away from the oil sands. Let's start putting together a really ambitious social program that's not going to be able to easy to dismantle. And instead they were like, hey, no, we're not doing any of that stuff. We're going to be like the nice pro pipeline, pro oil company party now. And it was just a disaster. And all the people that I know that kind of do advocacy with the NDP and are involved in that, like the Alberta Advantage folks, they were all pleading with them, please take this more bold approach. And what the people in power in the Alberta NDP said to them was just no, hey, we know how to win elections. This is how we cement our power now for the next generation, is by triangulating and playing this fucking game. And well, it didn't really work out too well. Now we have blood drinking conservative death cult in there again, doubling and tripling down on all the worst aspects of the extraction economy. So not the best strategy, I think, for the Alberta NDP over the last couple of years. But I think you're right that now that they don't have to appease that crowd, it did kind of unshackle them and let them kind of go a little bit more strongly with that kind of Jeremy Corbyn, Bernie Sanders approach, which is what has led to the NDP kind of gaining a lot in the polls throughout this election.
I know it's been nice to tune in, kind of after not being able to follow Canadian politics too closely for a while, tuning back in and hearing Jagmeet Singh say things like, "Oh, we're not going to be the party that builds all the pipelines," or I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but he's actually had a stronger stance on some of that stuff, and it's even if that's not your top one, one of your top issues, it's at least nice to know what the hell the party stands for.
Yeah, it is. And that was so confusing, right? Because then you had the BC NDP and the Alberta NDP, and they don't even have a unified party-wide strategy about what they're doing. So it's no one, if you ask the average person what does the NDP stand for, no one fucking has any idea, because who knows? It seems like it was different things going on in each province, and it prevented them from having this kind of unified front, which they've kind of had now over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, totally.
Oh boy! So how long do you think you're sticking around for? Just trying to plan my. You said you work. You said you're working in the mornings now, eh?
Yeah, I've got early mornings. So I think I can do another 5-10 minutes, and then I might have to write something. But
Great.
yeah, I just wanted to note, like, while I've got the floor, Rob,
Yeah, go ahead.
that the CBC coverage, and one of their fucking pundits that they have on is Corey Tenike, who used to run Sun News.
Oh, great.
And
Cool.
of course, it's never mentioned. And of course, the other big thing in this election that's never talked about is the rise of this, like, hardcore anti-immigrant racist movement. And who has had more to do with the creation of that than Sun News and the Harper people who, spearheaded that? And yet here he is on the CBC. Nobody cares. Nobody mentions it.
Yeah.
Treated like, oh, here's another political expert here to give his take.
Yeah. Well, that was another thing too that I found so confusing is that I thought Andrew Scheer's campaign manager Hamish Marshall. Was it Hamish Marshall from the Rebel Media? Is it Marshall?
It's some fake ass name like that. It's either Hamish Marshall or Marshall Hamish. I don't know.
I always get confused. But anyway, like the fact that he had like a Rebel Media board member as his campaign manager, and this wasn't brought up every single time we ever talk about Andrew Scheer, to me is crazy. Like I don't understand that. Like the way journalists in this country have bent over backwards to like rehabilitate Rebel Media and legitimize them, and not just completely accept that this like far right conspiracy website is just like regular journalism. That to me is nuts. That's just like gone on. You had the situation a couple months ago where the Globe and Mail like reached out to Ezra Levant to get him to write an op-ed in the newspaper, the paper of record. And then we have a Rebel Media board member running Andrew Scheer's campaign, and this is never talked about. It's never discussed. Don't really get it.
Yeah, it's disgusting because it's not like a hidden conspiracy or anything. He's the goddamn campaign chair.
Yeah.
And these links you don't have to dig very deep to go find them. I saw on the CBC that like Peter Mansbridge is back and he's got a beard. And for a moment I was thinking of putting together one of those memes where it's like authoritarian left to like libertarian right, with just different photos of Peter Mansbridge, and then I was like, actually, fuck him. They're all right wing.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, just that's it. I mean, like people like that in that liberal center have allowed the far right to gain a foothold in this country. I mean, not just here, but in the United States and the UK. They've been basically played for fools by these far right people who will not extend them the same courtesy and the same generosity if they ever get to like grasp onto legitimate like political power here. And
not at all.
No, and so it's just silly how you see them continually kind of fall for this stuff, and legitimize these like completely far out there so-called quote unquote news outlets. And and it's another thing that I was talking about a few weeks ago as well, which is that I mean it's all done under this guise of we want to have different viewpoints, we want to have free speech, we don't want to just like have this this narrow stream of debate. But that only ever gets extended in one direction, right? That only ever gets extended to the right. The Globe and Mail is not reaching out to any like communists or socialists to write op-eds in their newspaper and weigh in on what's going on, It's only ever extended to the far right.
Oh, totally. And I mean, I think it's worth like anticipating that if the NDP does hold the balance of power, which, who knows, maybe at the end of the night that won't be the case. Well, that's actually going to be a really good illustration of like what the media establishment actually does when there's any even hint of a left-wing, reach at power.
Definitely.
You're going to start hearing BDS stuff come up all the time. You're going to start hearing about deficits every 2 days. It's going to be this insane nonsense.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Of course, it only goes one way. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Karen, are you there?
I am.
Hey, Karen.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Folks, we got Karen Geyer on the line as well.
Hello, and especially hello to Newfoundland who pulled it out today.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Can we get a hello Karen going in the chat,
Go in
please?
the chat.
I can say that unironically now. It's fun. It's fun to me.
Hey,
Yeah.
Karen.
Hi, Ishmael. How you doing?
Good.
I haven't seen you in a while.
I've just been hiding out here
Yeah.
in the U.S. I'm a political refugee.
Yeah.
Next time you come to Toronto, you gotta look everybody up. I haven't seen Tanera in a while either, so.
I think she'll be on. Is she coming on at some point today, Rob?
Oh, I think she's on the she's on the big time Chapo election stream actually.
Mm-hmm.
I see. And here we are slumming it.
Yeah, I see how it goes. I see how it goes. No. But yeah, this is great. We got a great little crew here. I got more guests kind of lined up. Hopefully, we can make it through this this several hour long process without getting too boring here or leaving me just to monologue for hours at a time. Even though I can do that, but Karen, how are you feeling? How's it going over there?
Well, it's good to see Newfoundland not giving any ground away to conservatives because they've had sort of an up and down situation out there from a financial perspective and from a populism perspective. So that is emboldening.
Yeah, it's a good sign.
But next up is Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Quebec, and we have absolutely no idea.
Nope.
Absolutely no. Everybody could just like throw shells on the ground, and they would and pick them up and count them and be like, okay, well that's how many seats the bloc is going to get because that's as accurate as any other prediction is going to be.
Yeah.
There's never there's never a window into how they will vote at any given point. And it's one of the things that came up when I was talking to the Sams on District Sentinel, because they were trying to say like, oh, well, it used to be really separatist and how is that going now and everything. And I'm like, well, separatism used to be sort of a one party thing. And now it's sort of an underlying thing in multiple parties. And also, I'm not so sure if the youth in Quebec see it as a primary concern anymore,
Yeah, I mean that's been kind of the interesting shift in provincial politics here in Quebec, is that there is starting to be like a more traditional left-right split developing, which hasn't been the case here for like decades.
Yeah.
Although I do think that we are going to see the Bloc probably do pretty well in this election, and I don't know if that's like a new wave of people being interested in separatism or anything like that. I think it's more of like a fuck you to the rest of Canada, as Quebec sometimes does.
And I don't know if that's necessarily the worst thing in the world to have like a cranky francophone resistance to what Canada wants to do sort of as a monolith, because there are times when we should be concerned with provincialism. I don't think I don't think giving every province different dominion over weed or alcohol is a time for that. And I definitely don't think, the like weird, like dominionist Alberta idea is when we should give way to that.
Yeah.
But, I think Quebec has legitimate concerns that the rest of the country doesn't view them as the economic powerhouse, the intellectual powerhouse, and the scientific powerhouse that it is,
Yeah. The intellectual powerhouse part is all for me, by the way. That's I'm bringing a good 30% to that.
Like, I would never vote for them if I lived in Quebec, but I understand why it's important to be a thorn in the side of the status quo. And if that's how they can accomplish it, then who am I to say?
Yeah. Well, and it may end up being part of our new chaos government as well. Because, I'm not sure that because of the Bloc rising, that is going to hurt the gains that the NDP made here over the last decade or so. And that may cut into their ability to form a government with the Liberal Party. And but I don't know at the same time whether the Conservatives will be able to do it either. I feel kind of my early feeling is that we're headed towards some like crazy deadlock, chaos stuff.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing either, because maybe this is the time when Canadians need to get a little bit finer point on their own personal politics.
Yeah.
And maybe people should start to actually pay attention to what's going on. If I hear one more fucking person talk about strategic voting, what they actually mean is vote Liberal against your own interests.
Yeah.
That's the thing that drives me crazy, is that strategic voting is only ever invoked in these put you over a barrel scenarios, and the Liberals are always seen as the saviors in that situation.
Yep. Well, that's it. I mean, we've been stuck in this never-ending liberal conservative hegemony for as long as I've been alive in this country, and it's just, we do have to eventually get out of it. And so maybe tonight could be the first step towards actually doing that. Like I was saying, I do hope that the NDP kind of takes away the lesson that they need to push even harder on this social democracy stuff, the pro-union stuff. You don't need to means test or water down any of these programs that you're talking about. Just go all the way on this kind of stuff, and maybe this is how they're going to start building a legitimate political power here.
Yeah. I mean, I think that if you look at the campaigns as they are, and if you were an observer from the States, you would say, why are we having this argument about Liberals and Conservatives? Because Jagmeet ran the best, cleanest campaign.
Yep.
And that's not what the headline is. The headline every day is, Andrew Scheer lied about being a dual citizen, which is kind of a brilliant plan from the Liberal perspective, because it plays into that who's really a Canadian. But then again, it's also the Liberals pulling their pants down and showing their dicks to everybody, because this is really what's at heart of the party. They only care about inclusion when it means votes coming in. They don't actually care about inclusion when it means that they have to stick their neck out for somebody else.
Yeah, I agree. Ishmael, do you have to get going? Like, if you need to say goodbye, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna mute myself and watch the stream for a while, but just wanted to say goodbye.
All right.
In 2019.
Yeah, of course. Well, thanks so much for joining us. If you feel restless and you want to call back in, do not hesitate.
Jump back on. All right, take care, guys.
All right,
here's a Bronx cheer for Ishmael.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh man.
We should probably talk about the spray weed for 1 second.
Yeah. I took a blast like right before the stream started. Now I'm starting to feel that pretty significantly.
So, Rob, Ishmael, and I are in a DM group that regularly discusses what's for sale at our various dispensaries that are available to us through the legalized weed program. And somebody in our group, I'm not going to name them by name, they hit on this very cost-effective spray oil that
oil spray
gets stuff. You very high.
Yeah.
Like, it is an equal amount of sprays to glasses of wine for me. I'm a lightweight, so like 3 glasses of wine for me is like an on the floor situation. So the sprays, 1 spray, I'm like, all right, I'm having a good time. 2 sprays, I'm like, I'm going to explain the Punic Wars to y'all. And then my spray 3, I'm like, and that's it.
Yeah.
So
well, like I said, Justin Trudeau, disappointing in many ways. Knocked back many things that we were kind of hoping he would implement, like electoral reform is the big one, which is going to end up probably coming back to haunt him now tonight.
Yeah.
But you got to give him credit because you can get done with it on the spray, which is good, and I approve of that.
The spray
not enough to vote for him again, though.
No. Did you mention who you voted for on here? And you don't have to, but
I voted for the NDP.
Yeah.
Like I said, I live in like a really solid liberal riding.
Me too.
So
but Bill Morneau is my guy. So
Okay. Okay, so hold on. I'm just going to switch my window here. I'm going to send another invite to someone else. So, Karen, you keep talking. You can...
Oh, yeah, sorry. Oh, yeah, so Bill Morneau, the finance minister, is currently the MP for my riding. And unlike the MP that preceded him, Bob Ray, I have yet to clap eyes on Bill Morneau once in our riding. And to give you a sense of how often I used to see Bob Ray on the street, he would be walking around the neighborhood. You would see him on the 94 bus, which cuts right through our riding. You would see him riding the subway. You would see him sometimes on a bike. And he would always stop and talk to people and whatever. And you got a sense that actually being part of his constituency was an important part of his day-to-day life.
Yeah.
But Bill Morneau, literally nobody has seen him.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't seen a lot from my
yeah.
My MP
Bill
as
Morneau
well.
was in the Panama Papers. He's like famously like a old white man, neoliberal, like major asshole. So for me, the choice was clear when a very nice man named Brian Chang walked up to me and introduced himself on my street. And I happened to be wearing a shirt that had Gudetama on it. And he was like, "Oh, I love Gudetama."
Nice.
And we just got started talking, and you know, he's queer, he's Asian, he represents our neighborhood way better than an old white man who never visits here. So, yes,
but
that's who I voted for.
You think it'll probably still remain solidly liberal, though? You think?
I think it may remain with Bill Morneau, but I'm not sure. Honestly, like, I think Brian has run a pretty good campaign. I don't think that the neighborhood is against voting NDP at any stretch of the imagination. It remains to be seen.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was gonna say, I posted my ballot to Instagram today. It was not marked when I posted it, and then I put an emoji over Brian Chang's name. And what's really funny is everybody keeps talking about how long it is because there's like, I don't know, 9 people on it, including two different communists. So there was someone from the Communist Party and then someone from the Marxist-Leninist Party, and people were like, "What?" We also had a Rhino Party candidate, which
nice.
I don't know if you guys had a Rhino. Did you have a Rhino on yours?
No, I didn't have a Rhino or a true CPC candidate on mine, unfortunately.
Really?
Yeah. Which does, and then still, I mean, I'm still not ready to throw out my prediction of a possible CPC majority government tonight. The odds are stacked against them, obviously. Obviously, a lot of institutional, structural roadblocks to that. But that's I don't want to rule it out. I don't want to rule it out until it doesn't happen. So
great. Thanks so much for doing that.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Yeah. Yeah. So sorry. I'm sending my congrats to the Bolivian president, Evo Morales. Apparently.
Oh, did Morales get in?
Yeah. According to Sam Knight, who is messaging us on Twitter right now.
Oh, nice. Okay, I think I have Andre joining us for another update here. Okay, come on over, Andre. Let's hear this.
Hey, breaking news. If you guys are following along on the left, the Green Party elected a member of parliament in New Brunswick in the riding of Beauséjour by about 600 votes over the incumbent Dominic LeBlanc of the Liberal Party. So this is the first Green to be elected east of the Rockies at a federal level. So they are definitely celebrating. People did not necessarily see that one coming, Rob.
Not great for the Liberals either.
It's not good.
It's not a good situation for them.
Not looking good for the Liberals tonight.
You hate to see it.
You do hate to see it.
Okay. We do have another guest joining the stream. Are you there? Are you there, mystery guest?
Sorry. Yes,
Hey.
I'm here.
All right. It's Livy Fennell, everybody. I'm gonna update the on the line thing. So like this?
Just.
So like that?
Oh wait, hold on.
Here, I'll vamp for a second.
Oh, I got 2 ends there. I'm gonna fix that.
Live posting works too, because that's my at now.
Okay.
Whichever, live posting.
Okay. Well, thanks for joining the stream, Liv. How's it going?
Yes, it's good to be on. I have some existential dread over the future of our settler state and the eventual, rise of fascism in the right wing. So I'm hoping that the conservatives don't get a minority. But yeah, I've just been chilling, looking at the results, having a beer,
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm just drinking my Monster Energy drink over here. That's all.
Nice.
I've got my Monster Energy drink and my government THC spray to
carry
me through the next couple hours.
I gotta try one of those THC sprays.
Couldn't recommend it enough.
Yeah.
Big fan. Big fan of
smell. That's the best part. Is like they don't smell.
Oh.
You don't you can pull it out on the subway or whatever, and nobody's gonna be like, "What the fuck is that person doing?" Because it just looks like you're using Binocular or whatever.
Oh, nice. Awesome. It's like all of the subtleties of vaping without having to drop over dead. Potentially.
With one exception, because we were talking earlier about the sprays, so someone warned us before we did this. They were like, take 2 and wait, and they were right, because it takes a little to get kicking in, but once it does, if you do 3 or more on your first go, you could end up being nonverbal, or falling asleep or whatever. So not always useful. But.
It's one of those this edible ain't shit type of
yes. Yeah, we've all been there with edibles.
Yeah, definitely.
So someone was pointing out in the chat, have we seen the Lebanon protests? Which I don't know. There's people in the chat blaming me for censoring the Lebanon protests. I'm not censoring. We were just having a conversation. Okay, I'm getting to it. But it's really crazy, isn't it, right now? We're seeing these really radical movements for democracy popping up now all over the place. Lebanon, we've got in Ecuador, in Chile,
Catalonia.
in Catalonia.
Hong Kong.
Haiti is another one. It's really kind of fascinating, isn't it? These really kind of drastic movements against these neoliberal or right-wing governments popping up all over the place right now. A friend of the show, Michael Buchert, actually had a great tweet about this today, which I'm going to call up right now. How a lot of Canada's partners in the sort of, I think it was the Lima group, trying to overthrow the Venezuelan government, basically. A lot of their partners are now going through these really harsh, intense democratic protests, and we don't seem to hear too much about it from our government or from Chrystia Freeland or from the media. They seem to be kind of a little bit silent on some of this stuff. I'm gonna bring up the tweet here.
In a way where they were so loud about Venezuela.
Yeah, exactly. It was very important for us to. It was very important for us to acknowledge all that, and support our government as they kind of went through this. Joined up with the absolute most fucking washed up Cold War freaks and the Donald Trump, and teamed up to try and do this half-assed Venezuelan coup. They don't seem to be so interested in supporting these movements in Haiti and Peru and Ecuador, Chile, Honduras, and all these other places in the global south.
Yeah, and it seems like, this has always historically been true, particularly in Latin America, that North American governments, or at least Canada and America, will tolerate fascism and just far-right nationalism so long as the money keeps flowing.
Yeah.
We saw this with Bolsonaro as well. Whereas a more authoritarian, socialist government that blocks the kind of interests that Canada and America as well have in these countries. So it's, I guess, if you fit it into a kind of a far left, a sociopolitical view of the world, it's not too much of a surprise. But
I think our government's a little bit hypocritical on this.
Yeah.
Call me crazy.
I mean, we have somebody in charge of foreign affairs whose grandfather not only was a Nazi, they were in charge of a Nazi newspaper. So
yeah,
and that's never mentioned. That's
we
never
don't hear about that much, do we?
No, that should be like the chyron under her every time she talks.
Yeah, it's similar to what I was saying with Andrew Scheer and Hamish Marshall.
Yeah.
It's just these really these connections to extremists and like the far right in both the Liberal Party and the Conservative Party just seems to be kind of par for the course. Not really something that our media ever wants to mention, not something anyone ever wants to talk about. But again, if you're a leftist and you fucking were seen at a party with someone that said one time that they were a socialist, then you're probably going to hear about that in the media. That's going to become some fake controversy.
Oh yeah, it's the Jeremy Corbyn Palestine picture.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of bullshit.
Sorry, I'm chewing a sour key.
I haven't been following it enough. Has the NDP said anything about foreign policy that's particularly like anti-imperialist in any way? Because I know Corbyn has been pretty good.
Yeah, he's been great. And I don't think the NDP has been good enough on that. I think that's something that it seems like they've been afraid maybe a bit to really forcefully denounce that stuff. But I think that's something that I hope they kind of learn out of this election, that they need to be more bold on that kind of stuff. I think I remember Jagmeet having a decent Venezuela statement once, but I don't think they were forceful enough. I don't think they really fought against this enough and said unequivocally that we were against it. I think you have a lot of social democrats in this country, in the United States, and all over the place that still are have that kind of paranoia from the leftover from the Cold War of being called commies or pinkos or whatever, or and still I think are not able to like stand up for these kind of countries. But hopefully that's something that's going to change. I mean, we've seen in the UK with Corbyn and with Bernie Sanders also how you can have a more radical foreign policy, and it, even though this kind of consensus has been for the last many years that this hurts you in election, hurts you with like regular people are seeing like it doesn't really anymore, because people are really tired of the kind of national security consensus in the States and here and in the UK, the kind of never-ending wars and security state, and people want to move away from that, I think.
If you had asked somebody before all the Venezuela coup stuff came out, what's your opinion of Venezuela? They probably wouldn't have one. They would probably be like, I don't know. Like, but because we have this, PR imperialist like media push, people start to develop opinions. Like, it's like Twitter experts, like people all of a sudden have really strong opinions on Syria and this and that and the other. And it's like, when did let's stay out of this and like mind our own fucking business become radical? Like, I don't understand that. Canada should not have dominion over anybody else. Canada should not be a dominion of the United Kingdom either, but it should not have dominion over anybody else. It should not be getting involved in anything. I even think that, I think that our peacekeeping mantle and all of that stuff, it's a total fucking canard. It's not real. I mean, all you have to do is look at, Shake Hands with the Devil, which was like that painted us in a better light than that conflict did. That was the rah-rah Canada retelling of that story. So that's how dire that fucking situation was. And it's like, why do we need to be getting involved in this? Why do we need to be sending quote unquote peacekeepers? Which, by the way, when you're in that peacekeeping role, you're under UN protection, meaning that nobody who does any of those roles can ever, they get complete diplomatic immunity. So you can rape, kill, commit any number of crimes and you'll never be prosecuted for it. That's fucked up.
It is fucked up, yes. And like I've been saying too, it's just like we are actively participating in two of the worst human rights disasters on the planet right now, in Yemen and in Gaza. Yes. We're giving diplomatic cover for these humanitarian disasters to continue, and we're actively subsidizing it with our tax dollars. We're sending military equipment to Saudi Arabia that they're using to like create this massive, massive human rights crisis, commit genocide against the people in Yemen, instigate the child starvation and these old infectious diseases like cholera coming back. So as long as we're like actively participating in that kind of stuff, I don't really want to hear our government wagging its finger at Venezuela because of human rights issues, or it's just complete bullshit, because as long as like we're participating in these far, far worse crises, then it's like we don't have a fucking leg to stand on when we criticize any other country for human rights violations.
In the case of us buying a pipeline, and in the case of the Saudi Arabia arms deal, the big comeback from the liberals is, well, we had to do it because we signed an agreement and we can't get out of it legally without paying a fine. And it's like, okay, I did not expect the people who are trying to pretend that they're such beautiful humanitarians to literally put a price on human life.
Yeah.
But we have done it because we aren't paying to put any fresh water in First Nations reserves. Mm-hmm. We are actively participating in our own death by buying a pipeline. We are actively participating in a genocide in Yemen because we are arming the people who are undertaking it. And this is all happening under the liberals, the touchy-feely, huggy liberals.
Yeah.
They're starting to look a lot more like the blackface liberals than they are like the touchy-feely huggies.
Maybe Trudeau is a perfect kind of representation of the Liberal Party, particularly after the blackface thing.
Oh, yeah.
You know, woke on the outside, and then, you know, fundamentally on the inside is this moral rot. It's like still supporting the kind of Canadian colonial settler interests and still following through with Western imperialism and upholding the kind of like hegemonic like still upholding the kind of imperial status quo and exploitation of third world countries, but doing it and being like, oh well, I feel bad. You know, 50% of my cabinet is women because it's 2016, but still fundamentally supporting genocide.
He's the parent that's spanking you and going, this hurts me more than it hurts you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You're like, fuck off, dude.
Okay, sorry. I have to address this. I got a comment in the chat here. I don't know if this is like serious. It says, Rob attacks Saudi Arabia but will never criticize Israel. Did I not just say humanitarian crisis in Gaza? Like literally 3 minutes ago? I'm not imagining that, right? I did say that, right?
You definitely did.
Okay. Okay. Well, do better, chat. You're going to have to get up a little bit earlier to catch me being hypocritical about human rights violations.
I mean, if anybody follows you on Twitter, they know that you're critical of the Israeli government.
Yeah.
So
I just did a whole episode about the Great March of Return with Abby Martin on my podcast like a month ago. So I talk about Israel all the time. So the chat's going to need to do better. I'm going to need to see a little bit more fact checking and a little bit more serious dialogue from the chat. Okay, we got Andre here with another update.
Yeah, and if I may, fact checking myself, I was mistaken. The Beauséjour riding has gone to Dominique Leblanc of the Liberal Party. The Greens did not win that. However, they are in the lead in the riding of Fredericton. So it's still up in the air in New Brunswick, Rob.
So what's this Green Party seat here? Is that
So the leading one would be Fredericton at the moment,
okay.
But they've called Beauséjour for the Liberals.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay, well the chat needs to do better, and frankly, Andre is going to have to do better.
Here's a Bronx cheer for Andre.
Oh boy.
What are your guys' election predictions? What do you think is going to happen?
I think that it'll be Liberals by a squeaker, but not a majority, like a minority, like a tight minority. I think the NDP might win some seats tonight. Like, I think they might do okay.
Yeah.
I'm hoping. It would be amazing if there was an upset in my riding, I'll be really honest with you, but my riding, I think I looked it up once, and I think my riding has been Liberal for like 45 years or something. Like, it's been a minute. Like,
yeah, and like I said, I think I'm predicting chaos parliament. I think that's where I'm headed.
Yeah.
I don't like. I've thought for a long time that the Conservatives were going to win. I kind of adjusted myself. I was starting to think maybe Liberal minority with the NDP holding the balance of power, but I think we might just be headed towards total chaos, or a possible Communist Party majority. Do not want to rule that out.
Yeah, sure.
I'm not ready to rule that out yet. Also,
no, never.
No.
I do think that nobody picked up on this in the news because there was so much shit going on in the sort of the final 7 days of this election. But I really feel like as the election campaign went on, more people began to get creeped out by Andrew Scheer. And I think it was like a hoot-acking. Like, every time he opened his mouth, more people were like, "Ugh!" Like, what is going on with this dude?
Well, it was the one thing that really gave me hope is that he's got no charisma and there's no talent. And he's not interesting, or like, you know, those kind of qualities that you want a politician to have, the kind of being magnetic and you know, draw. He's just like this fucking loser.
When you're less magnetic than Stephen Harper, there's a problem.
That is a serious problem.
But,
so they looked at Stephen and they were like, "This is too much charisma."
Whoa.
But
come on.
Raw sexual appeal. Mick Jagger. No, he's. But I mean, historically, for people who don't remember, Maxime Bernier was like the lock, the shoe-in for the PC nomination, and then it didn't happen, and they ended up with Scheer, and you know, that's how we got ourselves partially into this mess as it is. But that Maxime Bernier, in the end, may have handed this back to Justin Trudeau, which is kind of a beautiful thing when you think about it. Because, you know, because Maxime, I mean, he might not even win his own seat tonight, which I'm very much praying for and doing all my...
That would be a great outcome tonight, for sure.
Everybody light a candle at home, say a prayer over it, whichever prayer you want.
Hold on, sorry, folks, we got another update coming in. We got a live update coming in.
From me?
Yeah, is that why you're sitting there?
Oh, yeah, well, I was going to say, too, I was praying all morning for the Prime Minister and hoping for the best today. So we're going to see the results later tonight. At the moment, as Atlantic Canada is sort of like wrapping up, we're seeing that the Liberals have 24, the Conservatives have 6 elected, the NDP 1 elected, and 1 possibly for the Greens. Eric Grenier at CBC, the kind of pollster nerd who analyzes their shit, suggests that the Liberals basically get to lose 16 seats in order to go below 170, which is what they need for a majority. They've already lost 9, and we're not out of the Maritimes yet, or we're just leaving. So yeah, majority territory is probably not in the cards for our Prime Minister. I'm sorry, Rob.
No. That does. Pretty bad. Awful.
Pretty bad.
I'm still predicting Conservative minority. Just chaos in Parliament, because I think it's like, you know, not looking at polls, just looking at the general like what would happen because our universe is a simulation.
Yeah. That's what I've kind of been saying too. Yeah. Yeah,
exactly. The you know, 2016 America showed the polls are cucked. You can't listen to the polls. You gotta listen to your heart. They were. It's correct.
They were cucked.
Bill Mitchell was correct.
Yeah.
Oh God. You know what's amazing about Bill Mitchell is I don't watch the show, obviously, but every now and again they have clips of it on QAnon Anonymous, which is a podcast that I listen to quite frequently. And I can never believe how shitty the theme song is for that show. And just the general production values of that show. Like, look it up, because like it is
we can listen to it now if we want. Should we check it out?
Yeah, sure. Let's do it.
Yes.
It's really bad.
Let's look at Bill.
This is a gift to all of the Americans who have tuned in.
I feel like his blood is like more Botox than actual human blood at this point.
Yeah.
Let's see. Can we get the theme somewhere? Where is it?
He looks like the guy who plays Putty on Seinfeld's dad.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see.
Oh no. Exciting.
Does this have the theme? Let's check this out. No, it's just a clip.
That are working to win back that House from the Democrats. We want to retire Nancy Pelosi forever. Tonight we have Sam Williams. He is running for...
I actually want to retire Nancy Pelosi forever as well. So I actually agree with Bill on that, on that statement.
You know, someone's broken.
He's worth like $78 billion. So like, fucking retire, bitch.
Yeah, you've done it. I think you've done enough. You've done enough, Nancy.
She can clap at herself in the mirror every morning and point at herself.
Yeah.
The cult of Nancy is really something. I made a comment about her one day on Twitter, just saying like, so when all of this impeachment shit blows up in her face, what are people going to do? And then of course, a bunch of like Nancy Pelosi like fangirls and fanboys were like, what do you mean? What do you mean when? No, this is gonna work, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, okay, explain it. Explain the path to him getting turfed, because they can vote on anything on the floor, but it still has to be ratified. So like, you can vote tomorrow, like from now on, we're all gonna call, you know, Donald Trump like Diaper Don, and you can pass that, but it's never gonna get ratified. Yeah. So it's just, I don't know.
Well, also just like the willingness to write off every like dumb capitulation as like this like master 3D, 12D chess stuff.
Yeah.
And not just like, we're just like letting him do it. Everyone, please don't make us do our jobs, please.
Oh yeah. She's a super genius who like wanted to take this impeachment investigation and narrow it down. What? No. Why wouldn't you go, okay, this is carte blanche. We're going to bring up emoluments. We're going to bring up, you know, all of these things that they already have him on.
Yeah, it's like Obama was playing 6th-dimensional chess, and that wasn't enough. So now Nancy's up to like 12th dimensional.
We had to have some more dimensions than that. Like a chess tetrahedron or something.
Yeah.
And I don't have as much experience in governance as Nancy Pelosi, but I do have experience in PR, messaging, and marketing. And I know that she regularly pisses in her own face. Like, so I don't know what you want me to, like, you know.
The Joey Salads maneuver.
Yeah, the classic Joey Salads.
Not as easy with her, but
she finds a way. Nancy finds a way to get it done.
Well, she's one of America's smartest women. Of course she does.
Yeah. What, you think a hecking girl boss couldn't piss in her own face?
She probably has like a gold-plated Tiffany Shiwi. Do you know what a Shiwi is?
No, but it sounds very funny.
A Shiwi is this weird like foldable funnel that you can get if you have the, you know, that kind of plumbing. Yes. And it helps you to pee standing up. So it was on the British version of Dragon's Den, and they have this like very Scottish man on there, and he was like, a Shiwi, a Shiwi, the entire fucking presentation. It was amazing.
I should have known what it was based on the name, actually. That was bad.
Yeah.
It's really straightforward.
I'm like, okay, that's fine when you unfurl it and you use it, but then you have to fold it up and put it somewhere?
Yeah, it's like you just need your like public urination tool on hand.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Glad that this Twitch stream has devolved into talking about the Shiwi.
Yeah,
we got the piss stream.
Well, we gotta kill the time somehow. You know, we got hours of this to do this. I don't know why I agreed to this.
It's your idea.
Yeah. No, having a great time. Having a great time here on Twitch.tv, covering the Canadian election. Still seems pretty. What a historic night here in Quebec, Canada. Still doesn't seem to be much movement here in the like
Polls close in 4 minutes in Eastern Canada. I mean,
Okay.
like Ontario and Quebec. So we're like just in front of the deluge.
We're
about to
right
fling
before
spray in
the
our
deluge
face. Yeah.
of results.
I'm willing to
that are
bet,
gonna
though,
start
that
happening.
Ontario is going to go late because as long as you're in the line by 9:30, they still have to tally you. So it could still be a minute.
Hey, Lana, are you there? Lana?
Uh-oh.
I see her in the room. I think Lana's going to join us for a little bit. Are you muted, maybe?
Lana, do you have a comment about the Shiwi?
I think we're Lana's.
Is this working?
Yeah, there we go.
There you go.
There's Lana. Hey, Lana.
Excuse me, what?
What?
Do you guys not hear me?
Yeah,
Nope,
we
we're
can
good.
hear you.
Yeah, we hear you now.
Ah, okay.
Yes, yes, yes.
I'm on push to talk, I think. Okay. Hi.
Hello. Is this? Can you check the stream on? Do I have?
Oh, there's a delay.
Do I have your @ right? Oh yeah, I would turn the sound off on the stream probably. That's gonna mess you up for sure.
Okay.
Are you with us, Lana?
Oh, no.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
She folded up her funnel and went home.
Yeah.
So, hi everyone. Okay, my issue right now is I hear you on Twitch, but not in the voice chat.
Okay,
Go
that may pose a problem. Are you potentially deafened in the voice chat?
Or go to user settings, and then. Wait, no, I don't know how to do this. Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay. We're gonna resolve this. And we seem to have Nick from the chat. Okay, now he's dropped out. Okay. We're gonna resolve this, folks. This is right before the deluge of results, so we have a few minutes to troubleshoot here.
Right.
We can talk more about the Shiwi.
They just what?
Right.
Quebec is just beginning to report.
Okay. Quebec's just beginning to report right now.
Okay, this shit is about to get wild. For anybody who's tuning in. And, yeah.
Lana,
Because
Lana, are you with us now? I think you're with us. I think I heard something.
Yeah, I hear her. She's on. I think she still can't hear though.
oh no.
That is probably an issue.
That's
That probably may cause some kind of problem.
I loved on the CNN or the CBC cast where they were talking about like 10 votes were in. Yeah, I think it's your user settings. It's like playing to the wrong.
Yeah.
It's playing to the wrong.
Okay, I took off push to talk, so you can probably hear me, but I can't hear you.
Okay.
And here you go.
It's okay.
We're
doing fine.
We're having like group tech chat right now. Trying to
The one Zoomer
this
in
motherfucker
there.
said settings.
Yeah.
All right.
As people in the chat reporting on, it's the classic Twitter personality, Lana Del Raytheon, joining the chat now. That's a deep cut. That's a deep cut.
That's a deep
for-
cut.
Yeah,
Just a
that's
throwback.
Leftist shitposting Twitter. Yeah.
So
Also
let's talk about Quebec a little bit, because historically it has been equal times predictable, meaning like when the Bloc first took over, like people sort of were like, okay, well, it's the time for them. But at other times, I mean, provincially, this last election, Rob, you can probably talk about what happened with the last election. It was fairly wild.
Yeah. Well, like I mentioned a little bit earlier, that in Quebec we are dealing with kind of a new paradigm here, where politics didn't really used to be oriented around left and right, and it was mostly between federalist and separatist, francophone, anglophone, and now that's kind of shifting. So now in the last provincial election, we had kind of a legitimate race between a right-wing party, the CAQ, the CAQ, and pretty much the farthest left party you can vote for in North America, Quebec Solidaire, who also made a lot of inroads in the last election. So the whole political reality of Quebec has been kind of overthrown over the last election and is probably going to continue to really change. I'm not sure what that's going to mean provincially. Like I said, I think the Bloc has been polling quite well as well. I don't really know what analysis I can give to that, whether it's just Quebec kind of sticking up its collected middle finger at the rest of Canada.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm in.
Hey, Lana.
Can you hear us?
All right.
All right. So that was all very interesting, but I do want to point out to the person who called me Lana Del Raytheon, fuck you. To the person who called me Lana Del Flake, fuck you.
Yeah. Come on, everybody. let's keep it friendly in the chat, all right?
Lana Del fuck you.
Yeah. Lana, can you see the stream? Do I have your at right there?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, I didn't know your last name, so I just put Lana.
Nick Poetic, that's fine.
Yeah,
it's Lana.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
My name is Lana. It's like Mario.
Yeah. So how's it going over there? How are you hanging in there tonight?
I feel like pure shit. I just want the communists back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we were saying. Well, it's like I'm not ready. I keep saying it, but I'm not ready to rule out that Communist Party majority. I think we still might see that tonight. So they're not so far haven't picked up any seats. I see, but the night is still young. We still got a couple hours left of this. So
I heard that the Bloc Québécois, like there's an upswing. So is there a possibility that the dreams of the FLQ will become realized and Quebec will become independent under a Marxist-Leninist government? That's what I'm looking at right now.
I know they don't have representatives in every riding, but they have one in mine. So I took one. I definitely took advantage of that. I don't know if it's like illegal or whatever. I don't care about the laws. Call the cops, motherfucker. I'll have sex with them.
Yeah, but like I was saying though too, one thing that has materialized in Quebec is the rise of Quebec Solidaire, which is like a pretty legitimately left-wing party, like definitely further left than the NDP. So there is a situation, I think, in Quebec where if they really continue to organize, if we kind of experience the same economic trends here, we see the rise of the far right, I think, not right away, but I think Quebec Solidaire is in a really good position now to grow on the gains they made in the last election and can possibly turn into like a real movement. And like I said, they're not the CPC, they're not Marxist-Leninists, but like they're pretty far left. Like I was really happy it's one of the things I like about living here, the fact that I can vote for a party like that. And in fact, I guess technically I'm a Quebec separatist now because I vote for Quebec Solidaire.
Nice.
Heard it here first, folks.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, so I would have voted for the NDP just to piss off my mother. Had they campaigned harder and earlier, because I do like Jagmeet saying a lot as just sort of a guy, but I have issues with the party and how they function.
Yeah,
and
sure.
I also have issues with some of the stuff in their platform, particularly regarding foreign policy. And I'm in favor of things like pharmacare and dental care and free public transit and all that, but I'm not interested in social imperialism. And I don't think that you can have a sustainable green government and also, increase your military budget and support extractive industries overseas. Like that doesn't square for me. So that's why I ended up voting the way that I did, because I didn't really foresee very much happening in terms of, the NDP, like an orange wave like last time.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Yeah. And I know that my riding is consistently orange anyway, so I might as well just flush my ballot down the toilet. So I might as well give that $2 or whatever to a party that actually does stand for the things I believe in, even if they're not likely to win.
Yeah. I mean,
shit, yeah.
I think we're all in a similar boat here when it comes to like having sort of shitty electoral choices pretty much across the board. I think I still think that Jagmeet had the best campaign, but I think that had he shown a little bit more moral courage and gone even further left, he would have made bigger inroads this time around because I think people are ready for it.
Oh, absolutely. There's an appetite for it, and it's not just him, right? Because if it's him alone out there and the party isn't there to back him up, and you have people defecting, he's not going to be that effective if he doesn't have a critical mass of support behind him and the party machinery behind him.
Mm-hmm.
So it's sort of like, what's the point?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
we need our Bernie Sanders. We need our Jeremy Corbyn.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is that the NDP and Jagmeet seemed to realize that was the way to go when this election campaign started, which is good. But like, it would have been cool if they realized that 2-3 years ago when people were screaming at them, "This is the way. Like, this is the golden path. You see where it is working, and you just need to follow that." Although I will say also that one of the things that's been an impediment to that is that we haven't really had the same kind of like late capitalist squeeze here and crises and austerity. So I think part of the reason it has succeeded really well in the United States and in the UK is because you've had this like fertile ground of people really being like alienated and squeezed out. Whereas we've still kind of managed to have middle along with this sort of modest, partially functioning social democracy here that people are still kind of satisfied with. So I guess that's part of the reason why they haven't felt that urgency to go ahead with that program. But I still think that that's the way to go. You might as well start talking about this stuff now because it's only a matter of time before these exact crises that I'm talking about do start happening here.
Yeah,
and then they're going to be prepared to. They'll have laid the groundwork to be taken seriously when they talk about these things.
Mm-hmm.
My biggest complaint up front with Jagmeet's plan for the environment was that I was like, oh, so you're going to fail like 10% slower than the Liberals? Like, it really was not that inspiring. It really didn't have any kind of like forward-thinking stewardship, handing over, oil sites to First Nations. It didn't have really any of that sort of stuff that you would expect to see in sort of an ANCAP leftist, pushing for the fences kind of thing. And that was really unfortunate because at that point he's staring down the barrel of probably not winning the election anyway. So why not push everybody to making a commitment and push everybody in the right direction? When I talk about Bernie Sanders, the best thing that Bernie Sanders has ever done has been to hold other people's feet to the fire. He is single-handedly with his little Allen key getting that Overton window moved, right? So that should have been Jagmeet's role from the beginning, was like, okay, we probably don't have a shot at the big prize, but what we do have a shot at is being the testing ground, the proving ground that, yes, people give a shit about this topic and they are going to hold people accountable.
Yeah.
And that was the big miss, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, guys, keep talking amongst yourselves. I'm going to go for 1 minute. And then when I come back, we'll see if we have an update here about the polls and some of the different races.
Just say you're doing a Hiwi and get out of here.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough.
It's a girls' chat now.
Yeah. Girls' chat. Engage.
I mean, they really should have, like, the UK elections in 2017 were like Corbyn did really, really well.
Mm-hmm.
It was like the biggest kind of gain, like since like 1945, I think the biggest ever party gain. Like, the NDP should have saw that and been like, okay, that's our, like, we need to copy that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think they really didn't. And
I do think the thing that Corbyn has that Jagmeet doesn't have yet, which I don't think he's incapable of, I just think he's not as seasoned, is that Jeremy Corbyn gets up there and he has this kind of swagger and he chooses his moments to sort of say fuck you You know, like he didn't kneel to the queen,
Right.
and you know, certain things like that where you're just like, okay. And he has that rock star appeal to people as a result of making some of those choices. Jagmeet needs to do that too. He needs to have these conversations where he's like, you know, something that I think is amazing about Canada is that we're probably going to be the last country that is going to advocate for Republic UK, which I cannot believe. But that's what should happen. Like other countries have started to distance themselves from the crown, and we haven't, and that is a big miss on Canada's part. There is no progress without separating ourselves from the crown.
Right.
You know?
Well, now that it's girls chat, we can talk about how hot Andrew Scheer is. Finally.
Oh yeah.
So
he doesn't just have a face you want to sit on. It looks like it's already been sat on. So
I love how bulbous he is. That's my favorite part of him.
He looks like he's covered in a thin film.
Yeah. Just sort of a moss-covered small hill. You might see like a vole living in. But yeah, I mean that's definitely true that there's a lot of lingering sympathy in this country for the crown.
Yeah.
And there is in the United States as well that there are a lot of people who seem to almost pine to return to monarchy.
Oh yeah.
Which is bizarre. But I think it's also it's the same thing that's like explains why stuff like Downton Abbey is reassuring. That reassurance for something that is understandable and safe, and it's an order that kind of makes sense and has institutional historical backing.
Yeah.
But yeah. Oh, great.
Rob, put yourself on mute for fuck's sake.
Hello? Check?
Yeah. We can hear you. You're bleeding onto the audio.
Oh, you know what?
It's supposed to be girls chat.
Yeah, that's actually not in the stream, though. That's just in Discord.
Unless we're going to talk about how hot Andrew Scheer is, go away.
Yeah, that was. I don't believe that was in the stream. I think that was just in Discord. So, my mic was actually muted for the stream chat. Chat, did you hear me just now?
Yes.
I don't think so. I don't think the chat.
We're part of chat. We're part of the girls chat.
Anyway, I am sorry.
We're not believing women now. Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay. I am sorry for disrupting girls' chat. I do apologize for doing.
What kind of Old Spice do you think
misogyny.
Andrew Scheer uses?
The wolf kind. The kind with the wolf on it.
Andrew Scheer uses Axe.
Oh, he sprays himself with that shit like a middle schooler.
Yeah, he's like, I don't have a shower today. Gotta go to Parliament. It's fine. I got Axe.
He does the He does the
My English teacher's gonna be so into me. No, I used to like know this kid in high school who would douse himself in that shit because he thought it made him so hot to the female teachers.
You don't think Andrew Scheer You don't think Andrew Scheer is just like I'm washing with my warm water and like plain white soap, and that's his only like.
That's he's for sure.
He's got a
he's
milk right now.
Yeah.
He's a pheromones guy.
He has like a washcloth that he uses that he bought in the Vatican gift shop.
Yeah. Okay, so do we have an update here, Andre?
Yeah, we do. Just to sort of give people a sense of where things are at as the polls close everywhere in the country east of the Rocky Mountains. Everything's locked down except for British Columbia. At the moment, the Liberals are elected in 21 ridings and leading in 27. So this is like not, amazing, but pretty expected. The Conservatives, 4 elected, 24 in the lead. The Bloc are, no surprise, in the lead in 8 ridings, and the NDP are in the lead in 5, mostly in Northern Ontario. So at the moment, we don't know much, but I'm assuming things start to go from a trickle to a deluge in 45 minutes or something. So at the moment, we're just sort of watching. Nothing too surprising so far. That NDP riding, that Green riding in New Brunswick, still up in the air. That's Fredericton, home of Confederation.
Fun fact.
I'm just angry on the CBC Interactive. They have People's Party but not Communist Party.
Unbelievable.
Because, It's
They're
gonna be
just
so
putting
hard.
them under independence.
Yeah, like when the
Bullshit.
communists get a majority,
Yeah,
it's just
they're,
gonna be a bunch of independents.
they're gonna look
Nothing
so
says-
silly.
Communism, quite like independent individuals, just do their own thing.
Yeah.
Well, they picked that wording on purpose to confuse people, I think.
Mhm.
Like on the ballot, the two CPCs were literally right next to each other, which I'm sure they probably did out of convenience, but like, this is a really good way to make me fuck up by picking the wrong candidate.
The butterfly ballot problem. Yeah, we had 2 different communists on our ballot. I was very impressed by that. We had a regular Communist Party of Canada person and then a Marxist-Leninist person.
I did have an ML party as well in my riding.
Yeah.
I checked online actually and has been running, the same person has been running under the Marxist-Leninist ticket for like since 2000 and has never broken 1% of the actual votes. You gotta respect it. You gotta respect it.
Yeah.
I think my ballot had a Marxist-Leninist last election, but I was 17, so I couldn't vote for him.
Yeah.
Now it doesn't.
Yeah, good comment in the chat here from Dr. Jolie Yeomans. I can't believe we all gave credence to the PPC and included them in debates and in media discussion. What a joke. I mean, they're not even going to end up possibly winning a seat in this election. So it is an absolute joke that we all had to pretend that was like a serious thing, and we all had to, talk about Maxime Bernier like he's this new political force.
Big ol' fuck you to Maxime because he made me defend Elizabeth May because she was excluded for years from debates because she didn't have a high enough seat count. And then he was just ushered in without any kind of vetting, any kind of cutoffs or whatever. And I was always like, like what does a girl have to do around here to get invited for years? I fucking hate the Greens, don't get me wrong, but fair is fair. If having 2 seats was not enough to get a seat at the table, then why is having 1 seat, which is not even 1, it was by defection, right? Because he didn't win it under the PPC mantle, he won it under the conservative mantle. It's fucked.
Yeah, and I think what Maxime Bernier was saying and doing, both in the reality, the meat space, and Twitter, should have just disqualified him from being part of a political process, talking about QAnon shit and retweeting these absolute lunatics.
Having people from Pegida and places like that, in his team, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, no, that's really, really frustrating. And it's one of those things too that May has never been particularly strong on a lot of things, but she is leaning more and more into adopting some very, very reactionary lines.
Oh yeah.
And I wonder if part of that strategy is to get more mainstream saturation, that if she can align herself with these lines and views, she can build coalitions with these other parties and get the same level of attention put on her.
And earlier in the election, she did signal support to potentially propping up a conservative government if it came down to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
which is how we get to good old eco-fascism.
The last election she got in they're always fucking up and then apologizing, and I don't think it's fucking up as much as they are smoke testing things, and then when they get it wrong they go, oh, we didn't know.
Yeah.
But she had that whole MRA policy plan that was fathers are very important and they need access to their children and blah blah blah, and it was right out of a MRA handbook or whatever, and there's no way that you would get that so wrong. And and without sourcing, without who wrote it, who was the person that actually put their fingers on the keyboard and put this in, we never got the story on that. And this year she was flirting with the anti-abortionists this time. She is anti-abortion, do not mistake it. The pro-choice people have been on her ass for years and have tried to make more of a stink about this in the media, that she has always really skirted that issue. this year she was forced into a corner to sort of say like she believes in a woman's right to choose, and immediately backtracked it and said like, oh, there have to be limits on it and whatever. Canada famously does not have limits on when in your pregnancy you can have an abortion, because we had a Supreme Court ruling back in the early 90s. And so either she doesn't know the law, she is against abortion, she just doesn't want to come out and say it, or she's trying to play both sides. And then we saw that thing with her saying like, oh, well, if candidates want to be, against it, that's okay. And then, oh, no, that's not okay. And then, oh, no, we fired somebody for this. It's just everything seems to be a smoke test.
Yeah, it's kind of kicking the tires on like, maybe can we go down this road?
If she thought tomorrow she could run on anti-vax, she would do it.
Yeah, no, it's partially, I think she's correctly assuming something, which is something that I kind of noticed when I went to the climate strike as well, which is that environmentalism in and of itself has no inherent left political valence, that you have to make an argument for that. You have to explicitly state that line. Otherwise, it appeals to basically anybody. Because nobody wants to fucking
live.
Yeah.
And on the contrary, like if we have centrist neoliberal parties that continue to fucking drop the ball on this, the right-wing parties are eventually going to realize that they can win votes by going green and starting to talk about this more. And
absolutely.
That's why we have to push our like social democratic and centrist and liberal parties to like stop doing half measures with this shit, because eventually the right is going to realize, oh, if we just haven't adopted this like militant climate tone, that's going to be the new constituency that locks in conservative rule over the next generation. I mean, someone I think is getting that is in France is Marine Le Pen. I think in the next France election, Marine Le Pen is going to come out strong with some like very like green, far right, eco-fascist shit, and that's going to be the kind of canary in a coal mine to see if the right's going to globally is going to start adapting that kind of tactic.
Yeah, I mean that's entirely possible there, because even Macron ran on sort of this like riding the line. Some things were very leftist, some things were like he's he wants to go back to monarchy and shit like that. So again, it's that he has, with some of that weird shit like the monarchy stuff, he's opened the window to some of these wingnuts for the next time around, and it's
for sure.
It's still the idea of like an environmental policy that isn't like very firmly to the left still blows my mind.
Yeah,
because it still feels like the right wing kind of co-opting of like ecology and of kind of the fear over global warming still feels like it's phony.
Well, the fascists have always done this throughout the 20th century, and they've actually been very effective at it, of sort of crafting this message that humans are kind of the stewards of the earth, but which humans and for what purpose? Because some humans are seen as like unclean or unhygienic, and certain policies of political or bodily autonomy can't be permitted to exist because it's seen as disrupting the natural order of things, which is also something that you could like square with a kind of right ecological argument. And it kind of frightens me that there are a lot of sort of like hippie dippy yimby Green Party type of people who are eager to swallow up that line of thinking.
Well, yeah, and it's to your point, like historically, like this whole thing about like we all have to do our part for the environment and blah blah blah. That's a right wing PR point that during the 60s, people were sort of wanting to get off of oil and gas and things like that, and companies started to get together and say, the environment isn't our problem, it's an individual's problem. And we got a new term back then, and it was called litter bugs. And all of a sudden there was a whole campaign about like personal responsibility, you have to pick up your litter and whatever. I'm not saying don't pick up your litter, but the seed was planted from that point on that all of the things that we do, whether it's recycling or buying certain products or whatever, it's all this capitalist tinged feed the beast, environmentalism, and people fall for it hook, line, and sinker. That's why the Green Party exists, because they can go on TV and be like, oh, switch your laundry detergent and everybody will be fine. Meanwhile, they'll like stomp on First Nations rights or
BDS. They're
right.
super pro Israel for some fucking reason.
Right. Also, I cannot think of a policy that is less about the environment than limiting a woman's right to choose. Because
absolutely,
having a child is a very strong. I'm not saying it's a waste, but it's a high resource activity.
Yeah.
Right. Ask Rob. He's got babies at home.
Well, my issue with stuff like that comes down to the fact that I don't think we should be moralizing about personal consenting behavior like that. The state should have no say. I don't want the state controlling it one way or the other, whether it's forced sterilization for Indigenous women or removing my right to choose because they want to vilify me for not reproducing it in exchange for all the suppression of Black and brown women all over the world.
Right.
It's not the state's fucking business.
But the state's fucking business is holding the 100 companies responsible for most of the pollution in the world to account. That's where the focus should be, right?
Right, because that's an issue of collective responsibility.
Right, and regulation.
But the liberal, and I would say kind of eating into the sort of the fascist line, is that it redirects the focus from collective responsibility to personal responsibility. So it's all about how you consume and what you do with your body and what that says about your personal moral character, rather than what we're all doing together to make sure we have a sustainable future for the people who are forced to live on this planet.
Right, and as long as you can keep people with that kernel in their mind, it's your personal responsibility and you're recycling, but your neighbor isn't, then you can look down on your neighbor instead of looking at your neighbor and going, we are in the same class. We need to have class consciousness and we need to move.
Or even the question on the right to choose, I don't think that the right to be, like, the right to bodily autonomy in my head encompasses both the right to have a family and the right to choose not to.
Yes.
It's the same struggle.
Yeah.
We're on the same side. We're not at odds.
No.
We're both fighting for the right to be able to do what we want with our lives.
But but also, it's interesting too that we're not having this discussion in Canada about those bodily autonomy topics as they pertain to trans and non-binary people, and that is that is where the solidarity needs to come from next. This is all the same apple that we're all eating from. So we have to start talking about it, in a larger, more inclusive way, and you see these like, first wave feminists that are on Twitter and stuff, and they're talking about things and they're like, ladies, and get your tatas out, and this is uterus power and stuff, and you're like, okay.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, shut up too.
This is not the rallying cry that you think it is. It is exclusionary. It doesn't help anything. It is over-sexualizing something that doesn't need to be sexualized because we're trying to talk about, class struggle and... Sorry, I'm belching. Listen, some of us may have had a Pepsi over here.
Someone's bringing up in the chat the responses to the Toronto library room rental thing was just a disaster.
No, but this is the next big thing, in my opinion, is that it is so rare to even hear a politician in Canada say the word trans. You never hear the word non-binary.
No.
But they're happy to say, like, women's rights, women's empowerment. Fuck a women's empowerment. This is not what it's about anymore. If you take the population and say, okay, women plus non-binary people, that's a majority. So I don't know why. I don't know why we're treating it like this niche thing.
Hello.
I think there's some echo.
I'm just dropping in here.
Hillary, do you have headphones or something?
Yes, I will go grab those.
Yeah, you gotta turn the sound off. We got a big echo there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Do you like
Hillary
post-Trump?
has informed us she is the last person in Canada to vote, apparently.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, do you also have other Rob on the line? Other Rob, are you there?
I am here. Hello. Am I echoing?
Hello, check.
No, you're good.
No, I think you're
Oh.
good. Hey,
I'm good. Okay. Hello.
Hey, sorry, can you see a screen right now? I'm just seeing if you can send me your Twitter so I can put it on the screen. Can you do that?
Sorry, my audio started cutting out there, and I didn't hear you.
I was just wondering if you can send me via Discord your Twitter handle so I can put it on the screen.
Oh, I can absolutely do that.
Now we're getting. Oh yeah, here we go. Now we're getting a pretty serious party.
Oh.
there.
I think
Sorry
Hillary's
about that.
back.
I'm on
is it
rural
better now?
internet, so I might be kind of in and out and up and down, depending on how the wind blows. So.
Someone is not wearing headphones and is leading to an echoing issue.
Or my weed is kicking in. One of the
Yeah,
two.
it's either the government THC spray or that thing.
Accidentally did 3 sprays instead of 2.
Yeah. What was I thinking?
Oh, it's back.
By the way, for you trolls on Twitter, I will tell you
Oh,
which
God.
product that is.
Okay.
Yes,
I have the
yes.
headphones plugged into my phone, but there's still sound coming out of the phone itself. I feel like that's the problem.
Possibly want to go and check your settings on Discord.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the cog thing, and then
Yeah.
voice.
The Americans are going to be like, how come no Canada knows how to operate Discord?
Yeah, we're just figuring. I'm old, okay? I'm an old
The res-
millennial. I'm still working on
I'm the
this
resident
stuff.
Zoomer in the chat. I'll
Yeah.
help anyone out.
Well, we just got AM/FM radio up here, so
Yeah, exactly.
That's true. That Wolfman Jackie's something else.
Great. We've been trying to set this up for 6 months, and this is the best we can do.
Yeah.
We're doing okay.
Hey, Rob, do you want to introduce yourself for people in the chat?
Hey, I'm Robert Lee, and I'm checking in from rural Alberta.
Oh boy. So it's CP.
Yeah.
So, Communist Party of Canada Central there, basically. That's where the majority, the CPC majority is really going to come from there, I imagine.
No, we're going straight blue. We all know that's going to happen. I really haven't seen much in the way of signs of anything outside of Conservative or the People's Party, so
Great.
I'm expecting a blowout. So
Yeah.
I think my candidate won with like 75% of the vote last time, Conservative. So
Ah,
Are you guys still
hello.
hearing echoes from me?
Hello, check.
There you go. It's good.
I think we're
Hello?
good.
I think we're good.
Okay.
All right.
Hello.
There's a
you may
baby on
hear
the
baby
line.
noises.
Identify yourself, baby.
Baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This
She's
is the only Canadian
she's
election
an
stream with
infiltrator.
a baby also commenting.
my kids are
We're
asleep
unique.
across the hall, so we might be
We're
joined
not
by a
ageist.
3-year-old in a minute.
Cool.
Actually, you know what she's doing right now? She's handing me a pair of sunglasses that have peace signs for eyes. So, I feel like it's symbolic. She's trying to get political here.
Nice.
Your baby said world peace.
Yeah.
what is the baby's opinion on Syria?
The baby better have the
goddamn
correct line on
Assadist.
this. Yeah.
Yeah, she said her first word was Assad.
Oh boy. Well, you're not going to be plagued by the Assad curse now, so that's a
Yeah.
positive thing for you.
Is there an update from Boast? Do we know? Because I'm just seeing chatter on Twitter.
About what?
Boast, Maxime's seat?
Oh, I haven't seen.
Okay.
So what's the latest here? Catch me up.
Well, we're
Did we
I
win?
think
Did the
polls
Communist
just
Party win?
closed. Yeah, we're getting there. I think it's any minute now. We're going to be able to call it for the Communist Party of Canada.
Liz
Excellent.
Rowley is our next Prime Minister. Congratulations.
to
to
hear
her.
Yeah, nice.
Yep.
Well, Hillary, why don't you say how's the situation out there? How was it to vote and everything?
Well,
and how'd it go?
I just got back from voting about 5 minutes ago. The polling station immediately outside of it's a Chinese Baptist church, and it reeked of weed.
Yeah.
Nice.
Very nice. I'm choosing to take that as a good sign.
That's a vote for communism.
That's right.
So we'll see. It'll be my last time voting in BC, hopefully.
Yeah, that's right. You're leaving.
Yeah, that's right. I'm going back to the homeland, back to Ontario.
I'm in Ontario. I still voted BC, so
yeah,
you take it. Yeah.
I somehow voted once in Ontario while I was living here. I don't know if I did voter fraud, but they sent me a voting card to my mom's house, so I used it.
Yeah, you're fine. You're on the list. That's
know.
all that matters.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't vote twice that election, but
you should.
That was the Ontario election.
Is this true? I'm hearing in the chat.
I don't know if I've just like admitted to a crime on audio. But...
I'm hearing in the chat CTV just called the election for the Liberals. Is that true? Can we get an update on that?
They called it a minority, but they don't know who yet.
Okay, let's check this out here.
Glad to have been wrong about the election within like an hour of
his own seat. His own seat.
So do we have Nick in the chat as well?
I'm having a report from my partner that says that it looks like there's a high chance that Bernie is going to lose his.
Oh yes.
Oh yes.
You love to see it, folks.
Yeah.
Honestly. I run a podcast about cults, and I can't believe I'm going to say that prayer works in this situation.
I would like to say, surprise, surprise, the communist representative in my riding has 3.
3 what? You cut out there.
So it's pretty firmly liberal right now. But my guy, Normand Raymond, is beating out the PPC guy.
Nice.
So, hell yeah.
Just like Stalingrad.
It'll be really interesting to see like the vote count for the PPC, because I do believe that in most ridings they don't have a chance in hell. But it'll be interesting to see like what kind of change we're talking about. Like what kind of 500 votes here, 1,000, whatever it is that they get in some of these ridings, because they're not running people in every riding. But also it's such a crazy quilt, pardon that language, such a crazy quilt of people. Like we were talking about this in the chat earlier today about how
just got CBC News projects Liberal government as well.
Okay. There's like straight up QAnon people. There's like there was a guy that I saw on Twitter the other day that was like basically trying to pretend that he was like a blue collar worker, but he had never actually like worked in that trade. And like there's just, it seems like they have picked up these like random people and said like, as long as you like are okay like slagging off Muslims and talking about like whatever campus indoctrination you're in, and you can believe in any other kind of wild shit.
Nick, do you want to say hi?
Hey everyone, Nick here.
Hey Nick. This is like a real group chat here going now too.
Yeah, I'm starting to see results coming in for my Toronto riding.
Mm-hmm.
Vaughn is probably going to be reelected.
Yeah. I feel like there's going to be very few surprises in the core. It's solidly liberal right now. I can't imagine that Freeland is going to lose her seat. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. But I have seen very good
my baby just tried to chew on a bottle of tequila.
You mean future Liberal Party leader Chrystia Freeland, I think you mean by that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, did you guys see that? Somebody like mocked up a website for her for like a run for like being prime minister.
I didn't see that, but I can imagine it.
Yeah.
Okay, so CBC News now projecting a liberal government, I guess.
Like majority or just?
Well, I guess that's what
like,
remains to be seen now. We're gonna see the.
I don't think that they are going to make it to a majority. It would take a miracle.
That's what remains to be seen is whether the Liberal Party end up. I would be very surprised if they ended up with a majority government here.
Yeah, they would have to pick up seats in the prairies.
Yeah,
and I don't foresee that. I'm sorry.
I think someone wrote earlier in the chat that the Nate Silver website was predicting 30 seats for the NDP, which would be I think that would be a good night for the NDP.
Oh, Nate Braun.
That's some wishful thinking. Very scientific of him.
Well, his punditry is really bad, but generally 538 isn't bad when it comes to actually doing the thing they're supposed to do, which is aggregate polls. So I don't want to just when he says anything, it's very stupid, and when he tries to do punditry, it's obviously completely ham-fisted, just establishment status quo bullshit. But I think they do a pretty good job still of aggravating polls, which is the reason that he's successful in the first place. So we'll see if that worked out. I think that would be the NDP holding the balance of power.
How can he be so bad at one half of his self-appointed job, but good at the other? It's weird to me.
Ideology.
Honestly, it's a lot of STEM people are kind of like this. Where they're really, really good at the one engineering thing that they know how to do or whatever. They're really good at doing formulas, but they also have a chip on their shoulder about being really smart at doing one thing, and everyone tells them what a genius they are all the time. So they think that scales to knowing everything about everything in social sciences or politics or whatever.
Yeah, he's definitely got that gifted child syndrome where he got so much praise and adulation for calling it for Obama the first time around that people that he just cannot get over that vision of himself.
Yeah.
And
even when he got it so catastrophically wrong in the 2016 election.
Yeah, it's a liberal technocrat thing to think that all you have to do is adjust some dials, that he doesn't think of himself as having any ideological precepts that might be clouding his ability to think objectively.
Right. Yeah. He definitely does though. He is one of those people who would rather eat nails than say that he likes something that Bernie Sanders did, which I think is really hilarious. Who cares, dude? Just report the news and get the fuck out of there.
Now I'm picturing him eating nails.
He probably chews with his mouth open.
So unfortunately I could never stay long because I have another engagement, unfortunately, so I have to get off.
Okay, thanks for joining us, Lana.
But I do want to point out before I go that I happened across an election sign for some local party, some nobody, and the entire sign is just a father's rights screed.
That's actually my political party. I didn't tell you about it.
So ironic thing.
Yeah, and it says on here, 2 parents enter the court, 1 parent leaves degraded.
Oh my god.
That's important stuff. More and more people are saying this, I've noticed. We're hearing it more and more.
An octagonal court.
Yeah. So it's basically just a whole thing complaining about Judge Ellen Tao, and how the court is unfair to fathers. That's the entire platform.
And so let's just say theoretically I wanted to donate to this. Where would I? Not that I want to, obviously, but just
hang on a minute.
We can get into that later. It's okay.
Well, I saved the back of the sign that had the screed on it on my phone.
Oh, nice.
So I have to find the
nice.
Mark Patinode from the Democratic Covenant Party.
Oh my god.
And somebody drew dicks and stuff.
I feel that sounds cooler than it is.
Yeah, somebody drew dicks coming all over the sign, and I like to believe that it was his kid that did that.
Yeah.
I have.
And with that, I bid you good night.
Thanks, Lana. Thanks for joining the stream. It was a pleasure to have you on. And have a good
evening. Yeah, you too, everybody. Communism will.
Yeah.
Yep.
Woo.
Hell yeah.
Bye, Lana.
Bye, Lana.
That is the official. That is actually the official stance of the stream, actually. So endorse that.
I'm looking at my riding, which is Toronto Centre, and it looks like Bill Morneau is going to be reelected. So that's very disappointing.
I'm seeing that Matt Green is leading in Hamilton Centre. Sounds like Tim.
Is that what's Matt's deal?
He's just like.
What party is he?
He's NDP.
Okay.
Yeah. Twitter posts, I don't know, in like a shitposty kind of way.
Yeah.
What party is he from?
Poster Solidarity.
DP.
Okay. Well, that's
yeah,
good.
I have seen some people doing some doom and gloom about the NDP's chances in this election. Like I said, I think because Jagmeet was kind of really all over the place over the last couple of weeks, really kind of starting to do the online thing, getting people excited. I think some Americans that started paying attention maybe overestimated the chances that they were actually going to have like a huge night. But I don't think people should be disappointed in how the NDP's doing tonight. I mean, obviously, I think we'd probably all like for them to do better, but I think what everyone needs to see from tonight is this is like a new kind of start for the NDP. They kind of stumbled into a good campaign aesthetic over the last couple of weeks. They started really like doing the things that, you know, leftists and activists have been begging them to do for a long time. So what I hope they see from this campaign is just taking a look at all the different, like the bump they got, the personality, like the personal approval numbers bump that Jagmeet got over the last few weeks, and just say, okay, we know the strategy. We just need to double down and triple down on this now. And then this I think could be the start of something really cool for the NDP if they really learn the right lessons from the election tonight.
Yeah, I think that there are lessons to be learned on a provincial level here too. You know, like I think that the NDP could make inroads in specific areas that have been hit by economic hard times. You know, I have mentioned this a couple times, but the Labour Party in the UK put out this amazing video where it was just this white guy walking down the street, and he was like, I have more in common with the guy who runs the roti shop than I do with Nigel Farage. And he goes into this whole thing about how his mom was a nurse and his dad was a this, and talking about class solidarity in a very clear way, and in a way that says, like, the people that you want to be mad at are the people who are in power, that have all the money, that are holding you down and not letting you have your piece of it. And that is where here in Canada, the NDP should be beating that drum. The NDP was started as a socialist organization, and they need to return to those roots, and they need to be beating that drum incessantly until people start standing up and voting for them. I do think that Jagmeet has the raw charisma that he can draw people into that message. They just have to nail the message.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, one of the best things about a potential Bernie presidency is that he would be pointing to the actual problems. Yeah. Even if there would be, like, you know, gridlock in, like, Congress, etc. It would just be someone, like, actually looking at the real problems and saying, this is why they're happening. And I think Jagmeet certainly does fill a position where, like, you know, they've slowly been kind of going towards the left, but it would be I mean, generally advantageous for their campaign, as well as just, like, you know, generally good for the left if they could fill that role as well, to authentically kind of point out the actual problems and why they're happening.
Something that also never gets talked about is the newcomer vote. Like, you know, once you're here and once you get your citizenship, you are legally allowed to vote. So nobody points their party in that direction. The Liberals kind of used to by default, but nobody actually says, hey, you're brand new here. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about what Canada can do for you. And that's very powerful. Sorry, Hillary, I think you wanted to say something.
Yeah, no, just on this idea of capitalizing on you know, a real sort of like working class movement. I have this this fantasy that keeps playing in my head that revolves around Bernie calling himself the organizer in chief. That is just like, imagine if leaders, you know, because right now what leaders do when they're trying to get something done and it's not working because of whatever, like the system of government, or just because there's not enough, you know, support from their donors and special interests and lobbyists and whatever, they just kind of like make excuses for why they can't get the thing done, and then they just move on. But imagine a leader like Bernie or Jagmeet who, when he's having difficulty getting something done because of obstruction, he just tells everybody, take to the streets, go and protest, you know, like just actually make a big stink about it, and then I can help us get it done. Like that's like that kind of approach I'm just so desperate for.
But also another thing a President Bernie Sanders would do is like prevent the CIA from let's say there was no President Sanders and Canada elects a socialist government tomorrow. Unless there's someone favorable to that in the White House, the CIA is going to be in Canada next, or trying to overturn our elections here. And like there's never going to really be a movement for global socialism, a global Green New Deal, until there's someone friendly to that in the White House in the United States. Because as long as they're there, they're going to continue doing whatever they can to shut down these like global solidarity movements before they can really blossom into anything.
And Hillary, to add to your point about Bernie, I think that, you know, he has always been the kind of person that has gone out and protested and participated in this stuff. He famously, I beat the drum on this and people hate it, but it's true. He was invited to speak at the Women's March, but he also marched at the Women's March. And other people who had recently been through the election too did not. You know, and didn't see they didn't see the inherent value of that. And that speaks volumes as to which alignment you have. Because Bernie was not on the campaign trail when that happened. He did it because that is part of who he is, part of his policies, part of, you know, he doesn't turn off his campaign hat at night because it's part of who he is. So, you know, I think that's really indicative of, you know, how he would govern. I'm not saying that he would go and protest his own government out on the street, because that's probably an issue to do with his own personal security, but the ability to look at something like a Chelsea Manning situation and have the clarity of mind to say, like, no, this person is exercising their rights, we have to support them. Or, you know, to change whistleblower laws, or to, you know, to say, you know, these ideas of that certain protests are legal and certain protests are illegal is bullshit. You know, that's where he can lend some gravitas and some, you know, help in the American system, because they are trying to, you know, community by community outlaw basic forms of protest. It's fucked.
Yeah. The idea of an illegal strike or an illegal protest is just such bizarro world bullshit. Like, it's so dystopian that anybody would, you know, take that to heart, or think that that's an acceptable, like, delineation on our right to protest or strike. Like,
right.
Well, and that's also the theory of change of what a President Sanders would be doing too, is that's what his idea is for breaking the gridlock of Congress. He's not going to get into the presidency and then try and negotiate with Republicans in Congress and in the Senate. He's going to harness this huge social movement, multiracial working class social movement that he's built now. He's going to harness that power and use that to, like, put pressure on people and try and, like, expand working class power. That was the difference. That's where the Obama administration was dead right under the gate. Is that Obama did build this huge social movement, and then as soon as he became president, he just, like, said, okay, well, everyone go home. Like, we don't need you anymore.
Pissed away a supermajority.
Yeah, unbelievable. And then just, like, bent over backwards trying to please these, like, blood-drinking lunatics in the Republican Party. And that's what you ended up with. You ended up with a watered-down, conservative, light government, and then into a fucking Nazi game show host, President Donald Trump. That's where that approach gets you. And that's what Bernie would not do.
You're going to shit your pants when I say this. Bernie could learn one very important thing from Donald Trump, and that is this. If Bernie got in and he decided that he didn't like something that the Senate was grumbling about or that the House was grumbling about, he could turn it on them and turn and say, look, call your representatives if this is what you want. And he could make life hell for these reps.
That's
just
what
by
I'm
doing
saying. Like, imagine him just being like, hey, you know who's actually standing in the way of Medicare for all right now? It's Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah.
Take your gripes to her. Like, that would just be so sweet to actually be able to mobilize the entire populace towards direct action by saying, like, this is what you need to do to get this done. I'm sorry that I can't get it done without everybody's help, but that's kind of his whole approach to politics, which is the only way that things are actually going to change.
Yeah, and that's the thing. People will then turn that on him, being like, well, he threw his co-workers under the bus or whatever. You know what? Trump has already popped that cherry, for lack of a better term. Sorry, put your hands over the baby's ears. But so go for the gusto. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. So just fucking do it. Just have the moral courage and just do it.
Yeah, and because all these Republican assholes, the reason they support Trump is because they're terrified of his base making them lose their jobs. And so if you have a situation where President Sanders comes in and has that same effect on people, and fucking these like dumbass centrist losers are like hearing people outside their office every fucking day begging them to pass Medicare for all, and he's grooming primary challengers, and he's like holding rallies in these places. He wants to harness that huge social movement and use that to like pressure these people to pass an agenda. And that is what Donald Trump has done. I think the reason he hasn't been more successful is because of how fucking terrible he is and that he's senile and wears a diaper. And if Trump was taking this approach and was competent, he would probably be a lot more successful.
Uh-oh. Are we on dead air?
Did we lose Rob?
No, I'm here.
We lost Rob.
Oh, there he is.
I'm here still.
Yeah.
My take was so powerful that it just like cleared the airwaves for a few minutes.
Short out the whole fucking system.
I'll do that. I have that kind
but
of
yeah,
power
but no,
here.
it's just that, and that's the thing that Trump has really broken through is this idea that this centrist love of decorum and the idea that civility and professionalism is more important than actual material change in people's lives. So it's entertaining sometimes to watch somebody on the right completely just dismantle this idea of civility as important, but it's also kind of horrifying because he's doing it in the name of fascism. But to watch somebody do that on the left, it would be so sweet to just say, I don't care about professionalism, I care about giving people health care.
Yeah, seeing like a left-wing Trump that was like more effective but just as belligerent but not senile and not a fascist would be it would be so satisfying. Oh my gosh.
That's why I think we're all sort of praying for Bernie to have to go and do, a debate with Donald Trump, because we know that he'll beat the fuck out of him, but also it's going to be very entertaining to watch.
Yeah.
I mean,
it'll be very entertaining watching the liberal establishment freak out too, like the unprecedented, all the very rich people too that are going to be very upset about their taxes going up like a fucking few percentiles. That's going to be entertaining to see as well.
The most underrated tweet of 2016 is that Deborah Messing one where she saw that Bernie Sanders wanted to do a wealth tax and she retweeted it and said, "This is disgusting."
No, it was Bannon. It was Steve Bannon wanted to do a wealth tax, and that's what she was freaking out about. You know what's interesting too is that Trump didn't listen to Bannon, and I think Bannon actually, as fucking evil and fascist as he is, he did have the right idea. And he did want to go against the Republican Party, and at the end, Donald Trump basically backed down on a lot of these things. And he kind of backed down to the Republican establishment as much as he kind of like is belligerent towards them. But Bannon is the one that wanted to go all the way on like economic populism and like doing a wealth tax and going against the wealthy. Like that's what he wanted Trump to do. And Trump was so stupid that he didn't really listen. thankfully, because I think if he had actually stayed with Bannon and like continued following that strategy, he would be in way, way better shape now. The fact that he's gone towards the Republican establishment has been the thing that's like has prevented him from doing a lot of the worst stuff that he wants to do, and has made him really unpopular and vulnerable. If he had been like going through the last 3-4 years doing this kind of economic populism stuff that Bannon wanted him to do, plus like a hardcore like anti-immigrant thing and whatever else, he would be like, his numbers would be probably a lot better. He'd be like probably just about to cruise to re-election. I think it's good in the long run that he did it, but I think it was a mistake by Trump to abandon that path that Bannon was kind of setting out for him.
I feel like the policy decisions that are being made right now are sort of like half-remembered things that like
it's just like Trump is recycled like, Cold War shit from like action movies in the 80s.
Yeah, he heard somebody in the hallway be like, well, you know, the difference between George W. and George W. is that, you know, they never vote out a sitting war president. You know, HW famously like ended the occupation and got out before election time, and that was what did him in. Whereas his son stayed in and stayed the course, and he rode it to victory. And I think that he was like, oh, war equals staying in power, huh? And then like did this whole Kurdish flip-flop situation. And it has been, I mean, Quagmire doesn't begin to describe it adequately. I would say it's like a Nixon going into Cambodia times 10. Like it's not good.
Well, because he's alienating even the Republican slimy lizard dipshits that supported him still, like Lindsey Graham. Yeah. So when you have those guys mad at you, then it's like that kind of puts him way more in jeopardy, because they're the ones that are keeping him there. They're the ones that are kind of like keeping the media at bay and keeping the Democratic Party at bay. So by alienating those guys, he's like putting himself into even worse territory, and is also causing this massive geopolitical international incident at the same time.
So, this is unrelated, but I think we need to have a moment of silence because something died tonight, and the thing that died is the idea that you can do blackface a bunch of times in public and not get reelected to public office. Yeah.
I'm gonna pour one out for that
pour one out.
Yeah, for that notion.
I'm just like
that idyllic.
It's just hitting me right now. That like no consequences.
It's blackface for his victory speech.
In 2016, we thought that we had seen the biggest upset of all time, and now in 2019, I mean, I remember saying this, like, after those photos surfaced, I was like, you know, the followers of Justin are true believers, and they will forgive him for this because they've seen him hug the right people, and they've seen him put on the dog and pony show. And unfortunately, I was right, because honestly, like, the Liberals should be polling at 0 after that. That's unconscionable behavior.
I had a funny thought that, like, remember in the States when the governor of West Virginia or whatever had that whole blackface scandal, and it became this big news cycle? Was it Ralph Northam, I think? Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I just, like, I would have given any money to have, like, just been in a room with Trudeau watching one of those news stories about that when that was going on, with this, like, blank expression on his face, like, as he's seeing, like, the pundits talk about this, like, scandal, and everyone's saying, like, you have to resign, this is the worst scandal. He was probably just like, ooh, that.
I think he's like every
what's
rich
interesting
kid.
With that was that it was surprising that he didn't resign, because there've been a lot of resignations over this kind of stuff in the last couple of years. You know, you had Al Franken, and you know, at least by people who claim to have any sort of conscience about it. And he just decided to wait it out, and there were protests and all this stuff, and he said, no, I think if I wait this out, people will just get over it. He did. What the fuck?
Yeah. It
works.
They had something very, very smart in their approach to it. He didn't speak. All of the Liberal, you know, surrogates spoke. So then they all had their, like, conspiracy theories about like, while he was in the room with people who were wearing turbans, so it was fine, and they said it was fine, and we talked to them and they said it was fine. Or, they had all of these talking points at the ready that were being repeated ad nauseum. They really did Roger Ailes' approach to this. Trudeau didn't speak, but everybody else spoke for him and basically talked their way out of it.
Yeah.
Wasn't Sheila Copps just tweeting something about how she could get away with some stuff with she had been given a Sikh name or something like that? Like, are they all just leaning into this now?
Sheila Copps, her Twitter is
bonkers.
Yeah, absolutely bonk. I was like, how do I put this in a way? Yeah. Her Twitter is, if you said...
Wait, is there going to be no seats for the People's Party?
Possibly,
pretty much.
yeah.
I don't think Maxim is going to win his own riding. He's down.
Like, which is amazing.
And yeah, I'm getting some analysis. Funny. I'm getting some analysis from my partner on the phone here. So we do have like basically a resurgence of the bloc in Quebec, like a light blue wave, 33 seats in Quebec for the bloc, kind of a resurgence for the Bloc Québécois, which is like, I don't know what to make of it. I don't know how that fits into like the larger context of the changes in Quebec politics that I was kind of talking about earlier. Mm-hmm. It just seems to be like people in Quebec not really wanting to vote for. They don't want to vote for the Conservatives. They don't want to vote for the NDP for reasons. Who knows what those possible reasons could be? Might have something possibly to do with who's leading the party. Yeah. But who knows?
Well, I was saying earlier when I first came in that I thought that the PPC was going to be peeling away votes from the Conservatives here in Alberta, and I got to say I was wrong. I'm looking at my my district here. It's the Foothills. The Conservative has 9,800 votes, and the PPC has 351.
Wow.
He's being destroyed by the Greens.
Wow.
So that was just complete. What was the PCP? What was the PPC phenomenon then? It was just complete bullshit from minute one. Like why?
It was liberal media and like centrist media just like for some reason attaching to fascism and giving it a spotlight, even when no one actually gave a shit about it.
Well, no, but also on a party level, what I do think it was I've always maintained that I think that there was more like collusion in this between Bernier and the Conservative Party.
Right.
And that I think this was a way for like the conservative movement to kick the tires on like a possible fascism movement here in this country, and they wanted to be able to directly talk to those people with like a degree of separation.
Right.
So I think that's part of it. Like Karen was talking about the Greens earlier, how they're kind of like they say and they kind of make plays towards things and then go back. I think this was it definitely was, whether this kind of conspiracy theory is true or not, it was like an attempt to, by kind of a certain element of the conservative establishment, to see if going down that road is a viable like electoral strategy. And I guess that's what this whole experiment was with the PPC. And I guess that is a very satisfying thing to see that this is not working out at all. And that as much as we hear about some of these folks, and they might be pretty loud online and on YouTube, it's not translating into like any actual material gains for the PPC this election cycle. So that's kind of encouraging as it pertains to the far right in Canada.
I think if they had run provincially in Alberta, they would have really given Conservatives a run for their money. But I think honestly, it's a case of going from 0 seats to some seats, and that is a hard road when you have basically a 5-way race.
They need to rebrand as an Alberta Separatist Party.
Yeah,
it's been done before. It's been done before. Preston Manning would crack open his checkbook for that, I'm sure.
Yeah, Rob, isn't that been a lot of part of the dialogue in Alberta lately when they were talking about the Liberal government or the NDP? The Separatists are really starting to talk a little bit, aren't they?
Yeah. A lot of people. A lot of people want that out here.
A lot of scary people want that out there, like Dominionists and biblical patriarchy.
There's a lot of people out here with a real chip on their shoulder for the Liberals. And I don't know, there's just been a lot of talk about if the Liberals get in again, we're going to have to start talking about separation.
Whose votes was Trudeau even
I-
trying to get with this pipeline shit? Like,
I don't
he's
even think it
never
was a
gonna
matter
get
of voting.
Alberta
I think it was
votes.
a matter of bailing out his friends in the fucking oil industry. They were caught in this political and economic quagmire, and he just said, "Here, I'll help you out. I'll take the pipeline off your hands." And then I'm sure once the profits start flowing in, then they're going to end up.
I disagree with that was just sort of a remediation, because they didn't have to bring in Christine Freeland. They could have chosen other people to sit for that nomination. And they chose her for a very specific reason. She had this bona fide by having this book called The Plutocrats, yet she was very much for oil. She was very much for, tar sands and everything else. And she had appealed to the West as being soft on that stuff. So that was a strategy that was put in place that really doesn't have much to do with just remediation of a problem. I don't think.
So I guess the that temporary boost that the Greens had isn't actually turning out to be anything, hey, with their one projected seat.
Yeah, that's not really materializing for them at all. Hey, Andre, do you have any other analysis you want to update us on? Okay, we're going to get another Andre update here.
Yeah, so it's looking good for Justin Trudeau, which we were hoping for, praying for all day long.
Yeah.
And it looks like we have a Liberal, probably minority government, which many were predicting, Rob.
Yeah, and it looks like so they need 170 for a majority, so it looks like they're close to having, with the NDP and Liberal Party, a majority.
Yeah, but at the moment, 45 Liberals have actually been elected. A lot of those are just leading, so it's still pretty early. You really got to see a lot more polls come in. When the networks call it, it's kind of because everyone's in a hurry to be the cool one to make the call first. The Liberals definitely are going to have a minority. Getting to that majority point, though, if you look at how many seats they've lost, they needed to lose 16 to go under the minority cusp of 170. They've lost 33 at the moment. So they're really unlikely to get a majority, which is good. A lot of us would have liked to have seen Trudeau humbled, maybe even humiliated. And for the guests on the show, I don't know, maybe you feel the same way. It would have been nice to see him really have to eat, failure, especially after such a stupid, racist election. We might not see that tonight. He'll probably come out feeling pretty good.
Yeah, but if we do have a situation where they go from a majority to a minority, that's a little bit of a rebuke for them. And I think, like people are saying in the chat, the best possible outcome of this election.
Put up or shut up. Give us electoral reform, give us drug benefits, give us dental, give us eye care, or fuck off.
Yeah, that should be the NDP's stance on this, on any kind of coalition government.
Yeah, and at the moment, I think what we're really hoping to see is the NDP reach 40 seats. To my mind, that was sort of the best case scenario for the night. I'm not sure it's going to happen because Quebec is the abattoir that everyone predicted it would be.
Yeah.
The party's going to hold on to probably at least a couple seats, but in the riding we're sitting in right now, which was NDP for the last 8 years, it's looking pretty bad. But the polls really, the votes aren't counted yet, so we don't know. I definitely wait another half hour before getting too upset. But if the NDP are leading in 25 right now, that's not bad. The Liberals, when they really exploded in that last election, you need to keep in mind that they took 7 of 8 seats in Winnipeg. They took 2 seats in Calgary, 2 in Edmonton, 1 in Saskatchewan. A lot of those seats might be gone tonight, and then when we get to British Columbia, it could be anybody's game because it's kind of a 4-way race between the NDP, Greens, Liberals, and Conservatives. So this 145 seats, it's still pretty flexible, and that could go down. We're probably not going to see it go too much higher, especially after they pass the Rockies. So all things considered, it's not nightmarish, but it would be nice to see Trudeau have to eat some shit tonight. But folks, it's not looking likely.
I think a Liberal minority is adequate shit eating for me.
Okay.
I'd like to see more. Obviously, I'm not sure. We might have to rule out the Communist Party majority that we were predicting was a possibility earlier.
Yeah, I was kind of worried he was going to eat too much shit. We are going to get.
Yeah, that's the difference.
It's like,
it's like you want him to eat shit, but like, I think like after a certain point, if he eats so much shit, we also start eating it as well.
That's true.
We always eat shit, regardless of the result.
Yeah, exactly.
Rob, do you remember when I said we'd have to take a shot of bourbon after they called the race for someone or other? Are you game for that now? Or do you have to drive?
I have to drive.
Oh, okay, never mind.
I'm not going to go on Twitch and promote a, lifestyle, a dangerous lifestyle. Drinking and driving would never do that.
Okay, well, here's to you and for bringing in all these good words to Canadians and North Americans and even global citizens around the world. You're bringing a lot of happiness to a lot of people tonight. Thanks, Rob, and thanks to the folks who are on the line. It's been a lot of fun hearing you.
Yeah, can we get a cheers going in the chat, please?
Salut, cheers.
I'll drink my water.
Cheers, Andre.
I think that they just called votes, not for Maxime Bernier.
Oh shit!
You love to see it.
You do love to see that.
So just let me confirm that, okay? I'm gonna go on
CBC. Riding not for Bernier.
It's good news.
Yeah, like I was saying before, I do think if that is true, if Bernier did lose his seat and the PPC really failed to have anything materialize electorally. That is, I think, a good sign. Obviously, they did want to see if they could go all the way on some of these really far-right concepts and have that translate into electoral success. So I think that's like an unequivocal good thing if they get completely rebuked by voters.
But the fucked up thing, too, is that the PPC has taken all the oxygen away from the Conservative Party, who themselves are extremely far-right.
Yeah, that's right.
Andrew Scheer's campaign manager, Hamish Marshall, one of the founding people of the Rebel Media editorial board, and that's largely flown under the radar of things that anyone wants to pay attention to in Canada. So yeah, with the PPC out of the picture, it might be more easy to look at Scheer and his ilk as being some real bad guys.
Yeah, let's not let them off the hook for any of their ties to extremism or their shitty conservative policies and the things that they want to do to this country. I think just because there was a rebuke of the PPC doesn't mean that a lot of these conservatives don't advance a lot of the same policies. They just use the nicer language. They use the language of civility to talk about a lot of these very same concepts. So they should definitely continue to be held accountable. And like Andre's saying, if the PPC really isn't an electoral force at all, we can start to focus on the Conservative Party and the elements of extremism there.
And one thing that we're seeing in the election is probably the end of Andrew Scheer's political career, which is fantastic. He's such a douche. This is a man who first joined Parliament at 25 years old. He was the Speaker of the House of Commons for 8 or 9 years during the Harper era, and basically has spent his entire adult life as a creature of Ottawa, being paid a politician's salary, and watching him run very poorly in this election has actually been a thrill to see. He sucks really badly, and his leadership of the Conservative Party is likely to be finished if things don't kind of turn around. At the moment, they're at 119 seats. That's going to go up. But, if they can't form government, I don't see Scheer holding on for very long.
I would like to make a prediction for the next leader of the Conservatives, and that is Kevin O'Leary's wife. Boat murder.
Now that she's practiced in the ancient billionaire art of boat murder, she's now prepared for the real conservative. Allegedly.
Does she know French?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh, sorry. I forgot I was still in the stream. My baby is standing up on her own.
Congratulations.
All right.
Congrats, baby.
She's very happy that Maxime got defeated.
Can we please can we get a congrats Ella going in the chat please? Congrats Ella.
And then I have a bummer.
Oh, she keeps doing it.
One cool thing tweeted by Jane Litvinenko, formerly of BuzzFeed, I think. She's a good sort of watcher of bad things happening in the world. She pointed out online that CBC has this cavalcade of stars coming into their live coverage tonight. People from all over the map, culture, politics, everything. And one of their guests is the famed Toronto lawyer Mary Heinen, who just several years ago systematically discredited women who had credibly accused former CBC Q host Jian Ghomeshi of sexual harassment and abuse in court. This woman is like a monster lawyer, like the sort of person who just is so good at law that she doesn't care who she hurts and is quite cruel. So it's wonderful to see the CBC normalizing her by having her as a guest on the program. You love to see it.
Great. Good stuff.
Yeah, the only party leader they had on, as far as I know, is Bernier. So
Why not?
Awesome.
why not? Fuck
Yeah.
someone who literally isn't even an MP. That's how quick they are to normalize fascism.
Love it.
Do you guys remember when the whole Jian Ghomeshi thing was going down though? Like, there was a link to Marie Heinein's website, and like it was like all of the lawyers at her firm were dressed up in like.
Ella's going absolutely mental in the background right
Sorry,
now.
I'm gonna mute my microphone.
It's
They
very
were dressed
cute,
up
but
in,
it's
like,
I enjoy it.
And they were doing like sexy poses, and it was all like it was so horrendous. And like it was done up like some kind of like, you know, like Louis Vuitton capsule collection or whatever, but it was like for a law firm, and it was for a law firm that specifically deals in this kind of like heavy duty you know, sexual harassment, sexual assault stuff, litigation. Like I just remember like that giving me like the ultimate creeps, because she gives off this vibe of just like, I don't know, like the anti like Gloria Allred. She's just a fucking lizard person. I don't know. Uh-oh, I broke the chat.
No, it's okay. I was just texting with Andrew from Dog Island. I'm trying to convince one of the Dog Island boys to call in for a few minutes, because I know they're doing their own stream as well.
Right.
We're too good to come on this stream, but that's fine. I mean, everyone's entitled to do whatever kind of streaming they want to do, right? I mean, obviously it's not a problem.
This is leftist infighting again.
Yeah. No. I love the Dog Island boys, and so I'm hoping I can get one of them to dial in for a couple minutes. We'll see. We'll keep you posted on that.
So did everybody have like the kind of day where you had this crippling anxiety because you weren't sure how this was going to turn out?
Yes. I had a day like that. Before even the being unsure about how this is going to turn out, but especially because of the election. And then also it's like in between anxiety and then just like black-pilled, like, oh, it doesn't matter. Like the trajectory of Canadian politics is to the right regardless of the results. But I guess, I don't know, how strong is the NDP doing comparatively to what we expected?
Yeah, let's have a look here.
I think as much as they were gaining momentum, I was kind of expecting them to lose seats because of Quebec. So it's kind of a weird situation where I think if they, because I mean at the beginning of this election campaign, they were getting like doomsday polls, like they might get wiped out.
Yeah.
And so just the fact that they've managed to not get crushed, I think is good. And then if you combine that with like Jugmeat's rise in like personal popularity polls and things like that, and the like pop culture impact he's kind of starting to have, I think that all adds up to good signs for the NDP for the future, provided, like I've said a couple times on the stream, that they do need to like learn the right lessons from this campaign and double and triple down on all the things that really started to work and click over the last few weeks.
Yeah, because they just recently had a surge, and it was really because of like that shit starting to click for them.
Yeah, like you're doing the AOC, Bernie Sanders, Jeremy Corbyn thing. It's not complicated. Like,
people are looking for that. They want to see it.
We know what the strategy is, and if people want a fake, shitty progressive party, there's the Liberal Party. So they already have that option. So the NDP needs to give up this idea on being the Liberal Party light. We're the Liberals, but kind of just a little bit more friendly to Labour, maybe a bit better on social issues, but this is not going to cut it anymore for them. If they want to like start a progressive movement and like build real electoral power, they're going to have to really present themselves over the next, in the months and years following this election as that kind of legitimate left option. And we're breaking news here. Maxime Bernier loses seat. You hate to see that. You absolutely hate to see Maxime.
Only time I've been excited to see a conservative win, right?
Yeah. That's amazing.
That's really honestly a little disorienting because I'm so used to just assuming that like fascism is rising and that it's only going to keep rising, and so the idea that it would be rebuked, I mean, it's good. It's objectively a good thing, but I'm also a little worried that it's going to make a lot of people go like, "Oh, okay, well, that's that. Like, get your hands off.
Racism.
Don't need to worry anymore."
Well, but no, it's exactly like what I was saying earlier on the stream. Was the reason we haven't really had a popular left-wing movement, social movement start to grow in this country is because things aren't quite as grim as it is elsewhere in the West, in America, in the UK. People aren't feeling the same level of like late capitalist squeeze, the fucking alienation and the constant anxiety of being on the knife edge of austerity and all this stuff. So that's been like hard to build a left-wing social movement in that climate, but it's also apparently hard to build a far-right movement also, because both left-wing social movements and right-wing movements rely on this kind of alienation. And I guess like we've still been kind of insulated from a lot of that, and that's why we're the only country like in the West still kind of advancing this kind of liberal democracy stuff, which is collapsing everywhere else.
Yeah, it's weird to see like the people saying the quiet part loud of conservatism fail so miserably. I'm still not sure what to make of that, but I
had this like crippling anxiety about how today was going to go, just based on how things went here in Alberta in April. And the moment I started to feel better about it was I was out running errands when the results started to come in.
Oh, we got a Maxime Bernier.
Better than I assumed.
We got a Maxime Bernier air horn here. This is probably gonna like slow down the stream because of my shitty computer.
Oh,
okay, Maxime.
I think I cut out. I'm sorry.
Maxime Bernier loses seat. Hate to see it.
What's going on?
I'm doing I'm doing the Maxime Bernier air horn.
It's good to know.
I want Maxime Bernier to go away forever in about a week, after we get a week of full coverage of him just like spluttering, trying to make excuses for why he didn't win, and his supporters getting all mad.
It was the deep state.
I want a lot of that.
It was that deep state pedophile ring was keeping him out of his seat.
They're
the ones that they rigged the polls. They had agents in the polling stations spoiling PPC ballots. It's all part of the conspiracy.
It was Antifa mass immigration.
Yeah, exactly. It was a trans Muslim Antifa activist working those polls. Yeah.
Hey, what's up? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Is this Ben?
This is Ben. What's going on?
Nothing's going on. We're doing the stream. Thanks for joining us, man.
Hey, my pleasure. What are you all drinking?
I'm just drinking
government
water.
weed, idiot.
Yeah.
On that spray.
Yeah, I feel like it's. I'm going against orthodoxy to not be drinking during an election night, but the closest thing to my hand is a bottle of breast milk. Probably not going to drink that.
Off that weed.
How much do you really care about this election stream? You got to do what has to be done. Do it for the stream. Ben, hey, do you just want to introduce yourself for a minute so everyone knows who you are?
Hell yeah. I'm Ben. I'm from Victoria. I am a co-host and producer of the Out of Left Field podcast, and I'm happy to hang out with the election for the election with you guys.
Thank you for joining us.
No, sorry. Okay, I'm getting a beer.
Nice.
gonna do it. I'm gonna have a live sound effect.
I did an
Here,
additional
of the beer
spray of
opening.
my government spray.
The infamous
How many
spray.
sprays
When I'm
is
not
that?
breastfeeding anymore, I'm gonna try the
Are we
spray.
up to 3?
We're up to
I'm gonna have
3,
such
but it
high
was
hopes.
spread out.
Okay.
The pineapple IPA.
Okay, I'm about
Are
to
we gonna
open.
have beer chat? Because I've got a good beer to recommend people. There's
Oh.
that Nickelbrook Uber. It's a raspberry sour beer, and it is a fucking
Ooh, I love
showstopper.
raspberry
Nick,
sours.
Nick is
very
gonna
good.
punch me out because I talk about this a lot, but it's
Talk
so
about sour
good.
beer
Like,
too much.
it's rare
I'm
that
a-
you drink a beer and it really knocks you on your ass, like from the experience of it. But I was like, holy crap, it's really good.
It's really
I'm
good.
Usually
about to
raspberry
open-
beers are sweet too, so
Yeah, raspberry sours are maybe my favorite kind of beer, so I'm gonna have to check that out.
there's
I'm about
also
to open a Park Life Passion Fruit Ale
Ooh,
from
that's
Bomber
good.
Brewing in Vancouver, Canada. Wait, listen for it.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm off that
Happy
shock
election night,
top,
everyone.
Belgian white.
Well, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm all in on the sour beers. I love a gose. I love a sour. I had another stunner this summer that was Elora Brewing Company. It was a guava sour. Just delicious. Like, just a beautiful, if you're not familiar with guava taste, just a beautiful sort of half floral, half fruit flavor. And then the sour hit, and it's just beautiful, beautiful.
I got an update here. We did get Matthew Green, NDP, elected in Hamilton Center.
Woo.
Climate warrior. That's pretty good stuff.
Yeah.
That's good news.
I'm still-
Hey, I have a question for you all.
Shoot.
It's a liberal minority with the NDP propping them up. What do you guys want to see the NDP achieve from that?
Well, I just want to see them use that. That's an important position to be in, having the balance of power like that. And we've seen in the
When was
past
the last time?
examples of other parties that haven't really been willing to use that. But I think the NDP has to play hardball and say, if we're going to form the government with us, we're going to need actual, extract some actual concessions in order to even get, to agree to put the government together.
Do we know when the last time that kind of thing has happened in Canada? I'm trying to think of any kind of precedent. But at least not in my sort of adult life with paying attention to politics. I can't remember that happening.
There were some really funny takes about people just pretending that a minority government is illegal somehow. Did you guys see some of these tweets of people just this has never happened before? Two parties coming together to. It's I'm pretty sure that's how parliamentary democracy works.
Contested and
Yeah, it's
Well, that's happening right now in British Columbia. The BC NDP and the Greens are in a basically a coalition.
Yeah.
Definitely
There's
precedent for it.
No, yeah, no. What I mean is there's tons of precedent for it. It's not an abnormal thing in parliamentary democracy. I'm just trying to remember the last time that it would have happened at a federal level in Canada.
A quick Google search tells me 1864.
Really?
Well,
Statistically,
I mean,
there
it doesn't. Rules, streaks are made to be broken, and it really would be the best outcome of this election. The best case scenario, which isn't ideal, but still, I feel in the 2019, getting the best case scenario is pretty okay.
The guy who dressed up in brown face having to go hat in hand to the guy who wears a turban.
Yeah.
That's a powerful electoral victory, in
For
my
sure.
opinion.
Yeah.
Hey, absolutely. And can I say I'm a little bit disappointed that the whole brown face thing didn't have very much of a fallout. It didn't seem to affect Trudeau's approval ratings very much. I'm so disappointed.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. It's it doesn't. I feel it's frustrating to not see it discussed. It was discussed when it came out, but if the impacts of the lack of like it just has been flying under the radar. Like and it's unfortunate to see, like on my feed at least, it's mostly people of color and Indigenous people, Black people that are still upset about it, and then in the mainstream it's just kind of blown over, and he's been
white
reelected.
Canadians.
So
yeah, white Canadians treated it like it was their cousin who got a DUI. Like, we just won't talk about it. Like, it really went that way. Like, oh, we don't want to embarrass anybody, so we'll just, like, that happened and it was unfortunate, but we're not going to talk about it at dinner. It's like, okay.
Very Canadian way of dealing with it.
Yes. Yeah, if nothing else, this election will stand out as being the moment when everybody's opinion of Canada grew up.
Yeah.
Because Americans keep asking me about it, British people keep asking me about it, because they had this different idea of Canada from the media. And I've always said that Canadians aren't nice, they're polite, and there's a huge difference.
I like that we basically dropped off the map worldwide during the Harper years, and then like there's this big push in 2015, like Canada's back, and then we got this.
Yeah.
Billy made it on for Ford stuff. I guess that was before that.
Harper probably couldn't do blackface because it would be too oily and it would rub off. Such a gross asshole.
It would rub off his like human makeup that was covering his lizard skin.
He's doing like fucking PragerU videos now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's something that I've been saying too. I feel like I get the impression from Harper that he's like, fuck, I wish I had gone a lot further than what I did do when I did have power. I thought I was constrained by all this stuff, but then he's seeing Trump now and where the conservative movement's going in America, and he's just like, damn, I should have been doing this all along.
I guess we're still in our woke lib phase, even if it is like kind of you can see the cracks, because again, like the People's Party of Canada is doing poorly, and their whole thing is saying the quiet part loud. And I guess Trudeau is still like still keeping his minority government. So I think white Canadians still want to pretend that we're in our like Obama phase, almost before Trump, where it's like, oh no, like our president is woke. It's fine, he did blackface, whatever. We're just gonna not talk about it.
Yeah, it's like my friend Mohammed at work said it was a funny joke, so it's okay. Like, okay, well, your friend Mohammed isn't everybody, and he probably was saying that to get out of the conversation with you. But that's what we're dealing with, right?
Another question for all of you. Do you think that Jagmeet Singh might be able to eke out proportional representation if the NDP props up the Liberals?
I would hope so.
Pray to God.
I think that would be
a ballsy move, and I would appreciate that kind of chaotic energy from Jagmeet.
I think
would be
that it's
fucking rad.
Power to do that, and also the drug care.
Yeah,
those are the
pharmacare,
two promises from the last election that were not fulfilled, that are fucking major. Especially when the Liberals want to be like, we care about trans rights, we care about trans healthcare. Oh, you do? Then why don't you fucking pony up and pay for some fucking estradiol? Because
why do I have to pay for my estradiol?
Right? Anyway,
the Liberals have the Liberals have proposed their own version of pharmacare, but it's a very milquetoast, kind of very means-tested, like paltry version of it. So I hope the NDP can like push some sort of non-means-tested, everyone's covered universal pharmacare.
Yeah.
I doubt that the Liberals would actually like go for it, but if their government, if its survival relies on them passing it, then I hope the NDP has the balls to push that through.
If the NHS can do it, if the French healthcare service can do it, we should be able to do it, because we have this ability to take all of the drugs into one buyer situation and get the prices down and get generics pushed to get the price down. Because part of the problem is with patents from some of these companies that I was given a short course of medication for my stomach once, and the 2-week supply was $88, and it's because there was no generic, because it was still under patent. if the government was able to completely control its interaction with the drug businesses, they would have the upper hand. They would be the Walmart in that situation, and they can dictate what happens. And that's powerful. That is a universal benefit for everyone.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's just like they have the power. He would have the power to do that. He can say, this is what we're doing, or you don't form the government. I mean, just do that, play hardball. And you know what? I think Canadian voters would back them on that if they made that kind of an ultimatum.
Yeah, Jagmeet Singh needs to be like an agent of chaos.
Hell yeah.
In the next, like, he needs to be like, you have to listen. Yeah, you have to listen to my demand.
Yeah. Absolutely. That's how this works. And I think that those were the two things that they could push easily on the Liberals, because the Liberals did not fulfill them in their first mandate. So put up or shut up, bitch. So
I actually think
how much would I pay to hear Jagmeet Singh say that to him in Parliament?
I think Jagmeet actually did a really good job during the campaign of staying on point and being really principled. I was actually really pleasantly surprised with how he's done so far. Like,
yeah,
point.
Yeah, he's been great.
Somebody's rubbing a microphone on their pants.
Yeah. Andre, do you have an update that you wanted to? Well, anything you want to add?
Yeah, just sorry to interrupt, guys. Not an update, but if folks look at the numbers on the screen, it's a Liberal minority with 157 seats, 118 Conservatives. But if you look at the vote tally, the Conservatives are actually up by 30,000 votes. They're polling it. They got 34% of the votes right now, and the Liberals have.
They're gonna be happy about that.
I mean, this is just how messed up and broken our system is, because the Conservatives will likely get more votes, possibly, likely, I don't know. And I want to point out that the NDP, like, we don't know how it's going to shake out. Right now they're at about 15% of the tally, but that's actually, like, not historically terrible. When we think back to the Orange Wave of 2011, which was 31% of the vote, we think like, oh, that's possible, it's in reach. That's not really the case. The election prior to that in 2008 was 18% of the vote and 37 seats. 2 years before that, also 18% of the vote and 29 seats. And in 2004, 16% of the vote. In the year 2000, less than 9% of Canadians voted for the NDP. So if we're at 15% support for the party, that's good, it's fine. If we get up to 18%, that is the historical high mark for the NDP. So Jagmeet did a good job. I mean, he kind of saved the furniture, right? Like, things were looking
it was
really
pretty
shitty.
grim.
It was
first.
It was a mess. So I don't know. I'm just kind of looking for things to make me feel better, because it sucks to see that red rise. It's a bit of a confusing night, Rob.
It is. It is kind of confusing. I definitely wasn't. I was expecting the Liberals to do worse. Definitely, I'm surprised by how well they're doing.
But it's just it's mixed up, and because they have 156 seats, almost a majority with less than 34% of the vote. This has not happened before, actually.
Oh man, the Conservatives are going to lose their minds over this, and rightfully so. They have a point. Our electoral system is fucked up.
Scheer is chugging milk in the Conservative HQ tonight.
Furiously.
Angry man.
But like you were saying, man, I think if they have that case, then he has a good case to stay on as leader too. Like, even though it's a disappointing result for him, I think he could point to that and just say, I got screwed over by the electoral system, which is not totally incorrect.
Right. Okay.
Is he going to win his seat though?
The Bloc Québécois are also doing.
I think he did win his seat. Scheer.
Scheer. Oh, Scheer. Yeah, he did. Yeah. It's in Regina. Yeah. The Bloc at 34 seats is sort of what the polls were predicting. That's pretty high for them. Not the highest ever that they've had, but
it's a resurgence.
It's a huge resurgence. So they're back. They're back in Quebec for sure. And at the moment, the NDP are elected or leading in 25. It's not bad. I'm hoping to see that go up though by the end of the night. But the Liberals really seem to be taking advantage. I mean, this is why they didn't change first past the post, because it really works for them.
Yeah.
That's all I have to
Yeah, no, that was always about them losing the leverage of what we were talking about earlier tonight, which is holding people over a barrel and saying, if you don't vote for us, bad things will happen. You don't get that in an alternative vote scheme, because there are different factors at play. And we know exactly what happened with that. They never had to say it. They were like, "Oh, it's too hard." But no, what happened was they got models back that they didn't like. That's let's be honest. They probably got models back that said that the NDP would gain ground under those systems, and they were like, "Fuck this."
Yeah. Turns out not so much.
If the Conservatives lose with a higher percentage of the vote, though, do you think we're going to see them starting to push for electoral reform?
Would they benefit from that? Because it
Why
seems
would
like
they just call people until the election is on the wrong day? Like that's historically what they've done. So, or tell people that their polling station has moved. That's the other one that they like to pull.
Jeez. Because it seems like electoral reform would help the left in general, right? Like
it does. It favors the more left candidate. When they did all the modeling for this, when this was on the ballot in the UK, they basically said that it was going to hand over more victories to Labour because of the way that it works, and that was a ranked balloting system.
Who would have thought?
I love the idea, though, like the making arguments for or against electoral reform based on who it's going to help instead of it's just more democratic.
Exactly. Exactly. Democracy
it's the
deserves
right thing
to be preserved.
Do.
Right.
It's crazy that more democracy, the easier it is for left-wing candidates to get elected.
Mm-hmm.
Funny how that works.
Funny how that works.
Yeah, and it's annoying too to hear, you know, centrist liberals say, well, you know, it's also going to help the fringe right-wing candidates because they're popular too, and it's like, well, that's a problem. We should probably look at why that would happen and why that is.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we can't ignore that.
Yeah, but all of these like pro-democracy maneuvers always help more leftist candidate. Turnout almost always favors the more left candidate. The only time that hasn't happened in provincial election here in Ontario, where turnout was for fucking Rob Ford's shitty brother. But anyway, I'm not bitter about it.
I'm extremely bitter.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that part of moving back to Ontario. Like, he's literally cut funding to the Ontario College of Midwives, and I'm like, oh
yeah,
if I want to have another kid, oh fuck. Like,
how is the Conservative Party doing in Ontario tonight? Because that was one thing that a lot of people were saying.
Not well, I don't think.
They probably weren't going to do well because people had gotten a glimpse of what their platform was going to be, and it's not. Lo and behold, it's slashing social services that everyone likes and going against teachers and nurses. Who could have predicted that was what the Conservatives were going to do in Ontario?
They suspended Parliament in Ontario for the past 6 weeks.
Yeah, just so no one would.
Yeah, basically on the advice of Scheer's team saying like, "Don't fuck this up for us," and then of course like Doug Ford played along with that for the longest time, and then like only last week was like, oh, they're scared of me. Oh, they don't want me to speak out. Well, guess what? And I was just like, go off, King. Because honestly, like,
let them fight.
This is the only time you're ever gonna hear me tell you to go off. So fucking cash that check, buddy.
Elizabeth May just won her seat as well.
Yeah.
So the green resurgence isn't going to happen either, or the green uptick.
Nope.
No.
We're still defying the odds, and the last kind of progressive, faux progressive liberal democracy is still standing. Who'd have thunk it?
Well,
I think Elizabeth May could be like Hazel McCallion. She could run until she's in her 90s in that seat, and she'd still get elected.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just curious about what'll happen after this election, because I was really like I was predicting a kind of, you know, because our politics often tend to follow the US's, like, and I was picturing like, okay, we're gonna get the Conservatives, they're gonna fuck up a bunch, but maybe that will open up some room for socialism to experience a resurgence here. But now with just kind of like milquetoast liberalism, minority government, like what is gonna come after that? Like, Is it going to be Bernier running the Conservatives into a majority, or my partner just mentioned Jason Kenney. I think that's probably more likely.
Yeah, I think Bernier ate shit too much, which is, you'll have to see it. But
you do.
It's still, you really do. It seems like it was either conservatives and it's further kind of accelerate the shift towards the right that this country's going on, or it's liberals and we hold out for a bit more. But it's still I can't imagine the liberals winning the next election, in however many years.
Well, I think everything depends on our economy. Is whether our economy weathers this coming recession that's 100% for sure coming to the United States and the West, basically. Whether we still have the kind of institutions in place that are going to weather that. Because that's what I was saying, and that's what I'll continue to believe, is that, that until that alienation is really affecting millions and millions of people in this country to the same extent that it is in the US or it is in the UK, it's going to be difficult for right-wing movements and for left-wing movements to pick up steam. So I think kind of the future of this country really depends on this coming recession and whether we kind of survive that to the same extent that we did the previous one, or whether the material reality for people in this country really starts to deteriorate, or whether it kind of stays the same. That's what's going to
That's a good question.
That's how we're going to see whether these more left-wing or right-wing social movements are going to be able to pick up steam.
Yeah, it's a good point, and I feel like a lot of the indicators that I've been seeing are pointing to Canada having a pretty bad recession when it hits, and it's gonna hit in the next 2 years.
Well, we have a housing a terrible housing crisis in this country. It's a housing bubble for sure.
It's the housing market and cars, though. That's the other thing. When the housing market, or when the housing crash ended, when things started to ramp up again, that's when companies started putting out these very predatory auto loans, and that is the next bubble that is about to burst.
Is that are those auto loans being done in Canada as well, or is that mostly in American?
No, you can get 0.9% financing on stuff here, and you can get it even if you don't have great credit, and you can do part of your loan through your bank, part of your loan through the dealer, so. People are doing what they were doing with their houses during the housing crisis, which is you go to one lender to get your down payment and you go to another lender to get your mortgage. And then you better fucking pray that, all of your bill or all of your invoices come in on time and all of your, but that's what people were doing. It was overcapitalizing, and people are doing that for cars too, because you have to have a car, right? Especially in Canada. So
the shit. I just spent the last 3 weeks in the United States, and it is impossible to get around without a car.
Yeah.
I was in Arizona, and it just to go to the store is a 25-minute walk it's so fucking hot. It's like the surface of the sun. You have to have a car.
Yeah.
It's kind of soul crushing.
I didn't realize how bad it was here until I went to Europe, and I found out you could get anywhere, go from anywhere to anywhere else, without having a car.
Yeah, it's a novel concept.
I'm sorry, I just had an image. If Bernie wins the American presidency, then we're gonna, for the first time I think ever, we would have the Canadian Prime Minister being more right-wing than the American president.
Yeah.
God
what
willing.
would those meetings look like?
God willing.
Yeah, hopefully. But I'm just it would be weird to see
Yeah.
awkwardness just be totally flipped. And all
I'd
of a
love
sudden...
to see President Bernie Sanders pressing Justin Trudeau on being more left-wing than he is. That would be... That would make my life.
Incredible.
I was curious if Scheer got the minority, what a Scheer-Trump relationship would be. But I guess we'll never know.
Until Scheer goes to work for him.
Yeah.
Because he's got his dual citizenship.
Oh yeah.
Hello?
Andrew!
Andrew!
Wow. Give me a second. This is so quiet. I gotta figure this out.
We got Andrew Neville from Dog Island.
Andrew, how many
on to the
sprays are
program.
you on?
You gotta love that.
1 second.
Sorry. My Miss Vicky's.
Oh boy.
Hello?
Hello.
Am I legible?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
I can hear everyone else too.
Awesome.
Nice. Okay. I'm really, really, really stoned.
We expected nothing less.
How did your stream go tonight, Andrew?
It was really good. We had some good call-ins. Got some good questions. Yeah, we did some slander.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one's been going pretty well too. And by the way, while I'm still on, I really have to thank, first of all the guests that have joined, but Karen and Livy have done a fucking marathon with me here, and I'm so happy that you joined me for all this long. I was kind of like going in tonight. I was like, oh my gosh, am I gonna have to fill up 3 hours by myself? What am I gonna do? So I'm so happy that you guys have joined us for this amount of time. It's been great. It's been really cool. And everyone else, thank you to everyone who's joined also.
Oh yeah.
Who's in here? Who's all in here?
We got Karen, Livy.
I'm here.
Oh, nice. From the internet.
Yes, from Twitter.
All your online friends are here.
That's
Hillary
so
speaking.
I think
hello.
Nick dropped out.
How's it going?
I'll take him off.
Oh, good. Not good. It's horrible, actually.
Oh no.
I forgot the way I felt 4 years ago, and I feel basically the exact same way.
But we might get a NDP minority. That's kind of cool, right?
Yeah.
Honestly,
like-
I went into this expecting the Conservatives to win, which means that I'm feeling okay right now.
Yeah.
It looks
I feel like there's a lot of safe injection sites that are going to stay open because of this, which means that people who would have otherwise died are going to live, which I think
is good.
Honestly, no small thing.
I have this sort of hope. I have this sort of best case scenario now that so the Conservatives just won every seat in Alberta except for Edmonton, where the NDP won.
Oh, nice. Well, terrible, but
I'm
yay
sort
for
of-
one.
Oh, I'm sort of hoping that between that and their provincial government, this is just the impetus that the people of Alberta need to just begin the process of destroying Confederation.
Let the door hit you on the ass on the way out.
And once Alberta leaves Confederation, I feel like the rest of the country will just collapse. So I'm actually kind of optimistic. That we might see the end of Canada finally.
That would be cool. That would be quite tight. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, if more people come to the realization that Canada is a fake country that sucks ass, I mean that is a net positive for everybody.
Absolutely, that's what I'm thinking. And also, maybe we can meet those emissions targets then.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
If Alberta's just gone, it feels like maybe it's
excise them from the carbon targets. Yeah, that would make a significant difference.
Maybe it's cheating a little bit, but I think
No, I think the math checks out.
You gotta take what you can get.
If the Conservatives lose while picking up the popular vote, you will absolutely hear that.
Oh, they're gonna be so
we're
mad.
never gonna hear the end of it. It's
They're
gonna
gonna be
fucking
so mad. Oh my gosh.
Oh, dude,
That sucks.
The Liberals just as much as any one of you, but if Justin Trudeau does in fact form government again, I will be so happy to see all of the Conservative tears and salt and whinging about the fucking treasonous Justin Trudeau Prime Minister.
Yeah.
That will make me happy.
Well, it's the same thing with the Obama thing too, where it's just like, I wish Trudeau was the fucking far left, open borders communist that these guys think that he is. That would be great.
Oh yeah.
There's a meat trailer parked on the highway near my house that's been advertising Alberta separation.
Yeah.
Like,
That's so fucking cool.
It's just gonna get worse. It's just gonna get worse.
Rob, you're really low in the mix there. I don't know if it's possible for you to turn yourself up slightly in the mix.
Let me try that. Is that better?
That's much better. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, sorry about that.
No problem.
Can't wait for like the British Columbian Phalanges state to invade Alberta to like remove carbon emissions or something.
Now we're talking.
Kick us out of Confederation. Like
Now
we
we're talking.
do not deserve to be here.
They have to go through Kelowna, though, which is the murder capital of Canada.
We talked
We'll
about this a
fight
little bit.
them in the fields, and we will fight them in the mountains. We will fight you till the end, till every last drop of blood.
We talked about this a little bit, and it's pretty remarkable how little the like blackface stuff mattered. Like it just didn't matter at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't make one
that's
iota of
come up
impact.
a few times.
And
It's mind-boggling.
and more sort of, I guess, instructively, or like to extrapolate from that this was the election, and we were saying maybe this will be the first and only election where like stuff that you've done on the internet's going to matter. Where like there was so much sort of like to do about like, well, this person made these kind of posts.
Yeah.
And like then this was like, I mean, blackface is like sort of the ultimate cringe post, and like and like no
but
one
in,
like,
in
no
the
one
States,
thought-
we're seeing all these internet shit posters getting elected to Congress. So I don't know. I think that there's positive news for us.
Yeah, I think that goes back to something that like kind of the boomers think about electability and stuff. But when it comes down to it, I don't think people that are going out to vote really care all that much about that stuff.
No. Well, it's funny because we were saying to the only people who we really saw actually get sort of maybe like lose their ability to run over this were people who were members of the NDP who were critical of Israel.
Actually, there's a friend of ours that got elected to run for the NDP in Kamloops, Doc, and he actually got kicked out of the party because of some shit that he said to some pro-pipeline chuds from Alberta or whatever on Facebook like 2 fucking years ago. So the NDP are like pretty aggressive with vetting, going through old posts, least offensive people possible, which I obviously think is a mistake.
We just got massively
get on the new train of.
We just got massively raided
things
by
are
the
changing.
We just got massively raided by the serfs. By the way, the chat's going off right now. Shout out to the serfs for joining us here on the Stream Spectacular. I hope you guys had a great stream as well. The chat is popping off now with the serfs. Yeah, the serfs fans have raided us.
We just get raided.
What is this, some sort
by,
of
like, medieval
neo-feudalism that you're doing? What are the serfs?
The serfs are really great YouTubers, and they have a great Twitch channel, which I've appeared on a couple times. The serfs, wonderful dudes who I like very much, and I'm happy that they've joined us.
Is this a Serbian group chat now?
No, the Serbs. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Listen. Okay,
but yeah, I do think that the NDP is gonna have to get over this, marriage to the idea that all their candidates have to be beyond any form of bad faith criticism from the right, because the right wing more and more and more doesn't give a shit.
Don't give a fuck.
So we shouldn't either.
And you're going to disbar people from running for some shit that they said like 2 years ago on Facebook, then you're only going to get the most subservient, career-oriented, uncontroversial candidates possible. And you don't actually want that. You want people that are troublemakers, because that's good politics.
Yeah, and we should be able to defend what we do on Facebook, and on Twitter. Okay, if you appear in blackface, bad. If you say white genocide is good, why?
That's cool.
That's okay.
Yeah,
nice. On the Mayo side.
That's. I actually, up until right now, forgot that this was a thing that was being broadcast. I thought I was just talking to all of you on the phone.
How many sprays do you have in you right now?
How many sprays?
Like maybe only like
How
two
many
or
sprays deep are you?
maybe only like 2 or 3. But I've had just really didn't sleep very much last night, and I admittedly was doing some vote pulling today, so it was like walked around for like 4 hours just knocking on doors.
You're on the drug that is electoralism.
Yeah, it's the worst and most disappointing drug of all.
Yeah, sorry for apologies to the chat for the vile revisionist nonsense, electoralism nonsense we're hearing about now. I did not sanction any of this beforehand. I'm sorry.
I know. I'm sorry. I did violence today by knocking on some doors for the NDP.
Yeah.
The way I spent the last 3 weeks in the United States, and the celebratory Back to Canada bong rip that I took, I think was visible from space.
Hell yeah.
I'm also trying to like kind of clean up my living room now. Those guys all just left kind of in a hurry, and
I can hear like.
Someone's rummaging.
I'm not rummaging. I'm picking up glasses and being very. I don't know who's rummaging.
Okay.
I'm chomping on Smarties. I'm sorry about it. It's late and I'm hungry.
No, that's cool.
Valid.
That's chill. I might.
You're valid.
I want some snacking. Yeah. We had a lot of garlic fingers tonight. I don't know if you folks have those.
Nice.
Are they like a food that exists in the middle and other parts of the country in Upper Canada?
I think you can get like garlicky, cheesy bread or whatever, but I think what you're describing is like a specific East Coast Halifax area thing.
What garlic fingers are? I have no idea that they are what I what
the fuck?
What is happening now? This is going off the rails here. What is? I thought it was someone vomiting at first. I thought it was like.
No, I wasn't whipping, but I am spraying Cool Whip into my
Watching you doing whippets and immediately vomiting. Oh my god.
Okay, what are garlic fingers? Because I'm picturing just deep fried breaded garlic and getting really excited, but I don't think that's what it is.
Oh, that sounds pretty chill though. So imagine pizza. You know pizza, the classic food.
Yep.
Loved by all. So imagine that, but instead of tomato sauce, there's sort of this maybe like garlic butter on it. Not maybe like there it is. It's literally just garlic butter. And then there's cheese on top of that.
Okay.
And it's
so
like
crazy bread.
And it's cooked in a pizza oven.
Okay.
But it's like
excellent.
pizza, and then instead of the triangle slice you might be familiar with, it's cut into strips like a finger.
Yeah.
So it's crazy bread.
Sure. And then you get this sort of sweet sauce with it. That's like I guess Donair sauce is its name.
That sounds good to me.
It is very good.
I like how you hesitated because you're like, okay, this is about to get real East Coast in about 10 seconds. You put Donair sauce on it.
Yeah, you think it's what? Sorry, you cut out.
What's going on here?
You cut out again.
Oh, I'm in my room now, which has terrible. I was trying to make a joke making fun of Vancouver vegans, and I guess it's just flatline.
Yeah,
big vegan censoring your free speech.
We don't have vegans here, so I don't know about that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if it doesn't have kale on it, I won't eat it. I've become the West Coast now.
That's cool. Kale's kind of good. Like, it's pretty good for you.
Kale's actually delicious. I'm a parody of myself, but it's actually really good.
You gotta rub it though, or else it's disgusting.
I think kale's gross.
There's lots of different kinds of kale though. There's so many
That's
different
true.
kinds.
Dino kale?
I tried kale salad and it was
You
like.
get young baby kale and stuff.
Oh yeah, baby kale's good as hell.
Yeah.
It's like eating.
Hey,
it's
can
like
I admit something to you guys?
Yeah.
Only because you're my close personal friends. This is gonna really offend the East Coast people though.
That's tight.
I tried fish for the first time last weekend.
Oh, that's fine.
Damn.
I don't
eat fish.
Oh, halibut's an okay fish. I don't really like most fish. this summer I ate an olive for the first time.
What?
Damn.
I had just never eaten one before, and me and a friend of mine went out for lunch on one of this day trip, and I was like, yeah, it's fine. It's like basically almost exactly what I expected, and it's just like, I don't hate it, but I'm disinterested, you know.
They grow on you.
I don't like olives, but there was 1 week when I was pregnant that I wanted them on pizza, and I couldn't get enough of it. And
Okay.
my whole life.
This seemed kind of like the wrong grape to me.
Just literal sour grape.
I'm a big fan of an olive as a snack. I sometimes live out that Yoda olive meme. You know, the 3:16 a.m. back from more olives. That one.
The Yoda.
Yeah, I do that sometimes.
I got a thing of them in my fridge right now. Someone brought them to me, and like I'm not gonna eat olives.
Fucking love an olive.
Damn.
Fucking love them.
Fish is pretty good. I don't know. I don't eat. I tried this year. There's like a lot of shellfish I ate for the first time ever this year. Just because I was like, I'm 31 years old. I gotta stop being like afraid of foods I've never eaten.
Okay, so gang, sorry to interrupt food chat. I'm just wondering if as soon as we get rated with like hundreds of viewers, like we're just like immediately olive chat immediately. So I'm wondering, like, because I am starting to fade a little bit here. Like, what are our conclusions here tonight? Like, I don't know if we're gonna. Do you think we're gonna see like the actual results like live tonight in terms of whether the Liberals are gonna have a minority or majority, or what do you think? What is the deal here? What's going on?
Can I make one?
I'm just gonna sign off. I gotta go put the baby to bed.
Okay, Hillary, thanks so much for joining the stream. I really appreciate it. It was great.
Yeah, it was fun. I'm glad it worked out.
Okay, we'll talk to you. I'll talk to you later.
Say bye, Ella.
Down easily.
Yeah, she's good.
Bye, Hillary.
Bye.
Okay, bye, guys.
Okay, and so now we have Andre here to make a final point here on the electoralism, bourgeois revisionism.
Yeah, and my last word would be to quote friend of the stream, Christo Avelis, who tweeted tonight that if you do blackface, you only get a minority government in Canada.
Yeah.
That's fucking true.
Yep. That's the new rule.
That's our country. But you get it with 34% of the vote, which isn't that much. We're going to see how that finally shakes out tomorrow. But all in all, it's not great.
Yeah.
So Rob, this has been a lot of fun though, and I wish you the best of luck with as the stream sort of like winds down or builds up or whatever you guys do.
Yeah.
And yeah, you guys have a good one.
Let's get a bye, Andre, going in the chat.
Bye.
Hearts for Andre.
Yeah.
Later, Andre.
Okay.
It looks like the NDP are going to end up with like 26, 27 seats based on these projections.
Yeah. And like Andre was saying, the vote share is kind of a big indicator because of the fucked up electoral system. That's how we're really going to see how well the NDP did. And just like I've said a couple times before, they definitely did take a step back in many ways because of the bloc. For whatever reason, people in Quebec wanted to vote for the bloc over the NDP this year for some bizarre reason. We're going to do more analysis of that later. But I think, like, even though probably things could be better for the NDP, if they do end up holding the balance of power in this government, that's a pretty good result for them from this election.
Yeah, they would be the people that you would want the Liberals to have to be beholden to. That's the, we can't have any kind of confidence that it'll actually play out that way, I think, because history has proven that, Canadians would rather be polite than nice or, be forceful on this topic. But really, at the end of the day, there's only one move that makes sense for the NDP, and that's to break left,
Yeah. Hey, Cam, are you in here? Are you in the chat? We do not hear Cam.
They're different.
Oh. Camuel, are you there?
Yeah, I think you might have to unmute yourself. There's a little setting you have to click on unmute. I don't know if you can even hear us. Take care, man.
This entire broadcast has been brought to you by the Geek Squad, available at Best Buy.
brought to you by the Boomer generation.
Yeah.
So I will say on like what the NDP need to do now. I was watching a little bit of Christine Sagne, who is our NDP candidate here in the riding I live in, who is a friend of the show. She's come to our live shows before. She is a Marxist. She's a lifelong activist. Great, amazing person. Head of the Canadian Center for Policy Alternative Atlantic. But what she was saying in her confession speech tonight is that it wasn't enough just to look at like what this election proves is that this isn't enough, and that what we need in Canada is a mass movement of people.
Yeah.
And I think like hearing, you know, someone who was running for the NDP say that was like pretty, I don't know, it was like kind of nice. It was nice to hear. And if they can all sort of toe that line maybe, or if the party can adopt that and work with that as a strategy, that maybe not just hold the balance of power in Parliament, but I don't think the space is for the NDP to lead movements, but to sort of help facilitate or popularize, or maybe in some way bring together like different movements of people. Sort of in the way that we've seen like the Sanders campaign do that, I guess.
Yeah.
It's like that it is made up of these sort of disparate groups of people that have built this mass movement. That could be cool. I don't think it'll happen.
Well, that's what I was kind of saying before, that it doesn't seem like the material conditions here are quite as desperate for many people. And that's what I guess I'm wondering, is that like it would be cool if we started building a left-wing social movement before things got to that point, so we're ready for when that alienation really starts hitting people. We're ready to provide answers and provide analysis for that. So that would be kind of the ideal thing, is if we could kind of prepare for whenever that coming recession is, or that coming set of events that's going to lead to like opportunities for the right and the left. So if we can kind of have a social movement on the ground, kind of getting off, starting to roll, then that could be a good thing.
Yeah, it'd be amazing. But again, I mean, and I think we can maybe all agree, like, is that the role of the New Democratic Party? Should it be the role of the New Democratic Party? Do we want, the question's like, do we want, an apparatus or an organization like a political party to be able to put that sort of energy into? And yeah, I don't know the answer. I'm just sort of throwing it.
It seems like at this point, that's their best option, at least in the short term.
Yeah.
They're the best position to do that.
Especially if they hold the balance of power. It's a sort of interesting thing where like they become the barrier, or the thing that could in the opposite sense, they could they sort of control when the next election's going to be, maybe.
Yeah. But they could also start putting the same energy and effort into provincial campaigns, and to runoff elections, into some local elections, and get those talking points in front of more people, because that's really, I'm not trying to trivialize this part of gay liberation by any stretch of the imagination, but part of the reason why America came around on gay rights is because they started seeing it on TV, and they started to see it on things like Modern Family, and they were like, oh, like, what's the big fucking deal about this? And because it was on TV more often, more people around them were coming out, and it all sort of started to snowball. That's what we need to do, but in an economic sense. I think most Canadians are like, I'm cool with gay folks, I'm cool with trans people, but no, I think if you said to somebody, do you believe in a worker driven movement to upend the government, they would be like, what? So
they'd be like, what the fuck you saying?
Yeah, so there's education that needs to be done on that, and acclimatizing people to these ideas that they're not radical. These are things that like mainstream people were saying in the 60s and 70s, and boomers were okay with it then, but now the boomers are not okay with now.
Yeah, this was like a standard type of even just like left politic like 40, 50 years ago, right?
Yeah.
And even the things now in here in Canada that we talk about that aren't even socialist, that are like still just like kind of left liberalism, get treated like they're it's like Stalinism or something.
Yeah.
it's really funny like that these ideas, especially around like democratizing work or they're just like they're completely wow. The conservatives are wow. Sorry. Yeah, it's really weird. It's weird how far that's fallen apart.
I'd love to hear how are we going to pay for it right after the Trudeau government, apropos of nothing, increased the military budget by 70%.
Yeah.
Huh?
That's another fucking pipeline.
Yeah. And the reason why we can't get out of the Saudi Arabia deal is we don't want to break our contract and pay a fine. Huh? How are we going to pay for it? Oh, there's always money in the banana stand when it comes to killing people, but there's not money in the banana stand when it comes to giving them dental care.
No.
On the topic of like where the left and social movements should put their energy, whether it be in a political party like the NDP or somewhere else. I was actually at Monroe's Books recently, and the guy at the cashier's desk was apparently like an old school social movements organizer and community organizer, and he was saying that he used to be quite good friends with Dave Barrett before he passed. And Dave Barrett was the leader of the NDP, BC NDP a while back, and the premier for a while, and they had one of the most progressive and ass-kicking governments in Canada, where they passed a new piece of progressive legislation every 3 days in BC. And Dave Barrett told him, like, why the fuck are you spending all of your time doing community organizing? Get a political party, take power, and implement your fucking agenda.
Yeah.
And do politics. And so much, like, I love the Extinction Rebellion, and I love the climate activism that is happening, but it's kind of, within the acceptable sphere of activism where, you have your student walkouts and your protests, and that's kind of, it doesn't really change anything. Like, it's great, and I love it, and I support it. Change, take fucking power and implement your fucking agenda. That is how politics is done.
I mean, those things like I think those are nice in a way that they indicate that there is a belief in a certain thing, but yeah, they are like they're theater. they're not building power in any way.
And they don't change anything. It is theater, really.
Going to the same like student day of action every November, like I don't know, like 13 or 14 years at this point, and I remember like going to it in high school even, and then like when I was first undergrad going, and then the first year I worked at university going, and just being like, oh, this isn't real. Like this is like a crazy thing where like the police like block traffic for you, and you get your afternoon to go out. And I was like, and things have actually gotten like monstrously worse in like terms of university since then, and like, why are we doing this?
It's a good question. Much to consider.
Much to think about.
Yeah.
I personally think that the climate movement will really take off when unions start going on strike because of it. Because it's one thing for students to go on strike, for workers to stop the fucking economy and go on strike. Because that's when that is where the working class really has real power, and it should be used.
Well, that was, sorry if I'm talking much. That was the thing I found disappointing at the climate strike here is. So like Chris and I went, and I was actually hoping, I was like, we'll find some labor people, and we'll try to talk to them about like labor's role in this. And we got there, and oh, they're just not here. And like there's like been this inability, I think, in certain moments, and even when I was going like the Green New Deal events that are on here, it's like not a lot of talk about like what is labor's role in this, and like and it was like, and I think even in like the months since then, like I've seen some people like really able to connect those two things, but they've been like widely separate discussions, and I don't get it.
This was just announced right now. The Liberals have won every single seat in Toronto.
Wow.
You hate to see
That is unprecedented.
Do better, Toronto.
Usually, Trinity Spadina has historically been NDP under Olivia Chow, and she held that seat for many, many years. And there's other areas, like there have been little pockets across the city that have gone NDP, or in some cases conservative. We've also had a couple conservative seats over the years, but that is an unprecedented feat for the conservatives. It should be noted that the conservative, or for the liberals, I mean, it should be noted that Toronto is home to Chrystia Freeland and Bill Morneau and quite a few ministers. So
Toronto had a number of really inspiring NDP candidates, and it's unfortunate to.
I voted for Brian Chang.
Lose.
I wanted him to beat Bill Morneau more than anything in this election, because I really thought that he, was more representative of our riding, and also, he just seemed to really be a passionate leftist, and that's what we want, isn't it? We don't want somebody who was in the Panama Papers, I'll tell you that much for free.
Yeah, that's really disappointing. That you would, I don't know, it is strange to me that the Liberals are still so popular. Like, I think I did underestimate how strong they're just like most devoted followers are, like loyal to just that brand, and that no matter what cracks like show in the facade, whether it's with Trudeau himself personally or like the Liberal Party in general, walking back all this progressive promises, you see that brand can withstand a lot of that. It's just like, I'm surprised to the extent that they've withstood a lot of that tonight.
Yeah. I mean, in a better world, someone like Bill Morneau would not get reelected after being in the fucking Panama Papers. Yeah. In a just world, somebody like Chrystia Freeland would lose their seat after it's discovered that her grandfather was a Nazi, and she was actually pretty proud of his work, quote unquote, in the media, meaning a Nazi newspaper.
Listen, let's be honest. The only thing that the Panama Papers changed is that the journalist that wrote the story was murdered with a car bomb.
Yeah.
She was blown up.
It's so fucked.
Canada was particularly bad at the reporting with that. It was in the papers for like 2 solid days. That was it.
Hey guys, can we take a little pause here, because we've got Cam in the voice chat, Cam Offledge, who's had some kind of technical difficulties, may not be able to participate, but possibly if we can just welcome Cam to the chat and give Cam a chance to take the floor and give his take on both his NBA basketball draft and the Canadian election, and possibly if there's not a lot of crosstalk, it's not going to cause this huge echo situation. Cam, are you there? I'm hearing clicking.
Oh, is it going to be Morse code? We're going to be here all night.
Yeah. This is the ultimate bit.
It's a heritage moment.
That's his new impression, is the guy that stopped the train from
Halifax explosion, baby.
Vince Coleman.
Okay, so that prompt did not work out as well. Cam's trying to figure some stuff out right now, I think.
He's muted now. This is a boomer live stream.
Hey, I think we've done okay. We've done okay. I think since this is like, I've been doing this kind of Twitch streaming for a little while, but haven't really done anything with this setup yet. So it was kind of like a fly by the seat of our pants, figure it out as we go thing. I think we've done okay in those circumstances.
Okay.
It has been a bit tricky, though. It's true.
Okay, boomer.
Hey, I'm an old millennial, okay? I'm an old millennial. Don't erase...
Such a zoomer.
Don't erase my old millennial identity.
We're on Twitch. That makes you a boomer.
Yeah, I guess so.
Honestly, my all-time favorite insult to anybody on Twitter now is to call them a boomer or say that they have boomer energy. Like people.
Well, yeah, it doesn't really mean just like the when you were born anymore. Now there's like a specific. It's like a specific kind of online brainworms that you can get. That just boomer brainworms, and you can be a boomer. You can be an 18-year-old boomer. You know, it doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah,
That's
I love it.
It's a state of mind.
Yeah.
I told one of my friends I was on Twitch, and they're my age, and they're like, I don't know what that means, and I called them a boomer. I also said I was on Rob Rousseau's Twitch, and they were like, "Isn't that the person who does social contract theory?"
That's absolutely correct.
Yeah.
That's the thing that I'm the most known for.
Yeah.
I just told people that Rob was on TV. I just didn't give the context for why.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh boy.
That's a TV credit for you.
It should have been. I wish that like, in hindsight, when Fox News was talking about me, because I did respond to one of their articles they wrote about me, and like there's a quote from me in the article, but it would have been cool to get to go on Fox and Friends and just with fucking Brian Kilmeade and fucking debate him about who's more dangerous, MS-13 members or Republican Party members.
When I made fun of Michael Gove and his dipshit son last Christmas, fucking Good Morning Britain invited me on their show, and I was gonna have to talk to fucking Piers Morgan. Anyways, I told them to they were gonna offer me money to do it, and I told them to save their money and give it to Calais migrants, and that they could shove it up their ass.
For a while, I was getting media requests from like a media company in India who thought I was like a firearms expert.
Oh
and
my
so
god!
I thought I was going to be able to do a news hit in like Indian media about like explaining firearm gun stuff to them.
Why the AR stands for assault rifle.
Exactly. I had a whole bit lined up about how I was an expert in like firearm linguistics or something, and I make some like far-reaching argument about my mission to speak the truth of the fact that the AR in AR-15 does in fact stand for assault rifle. That's going to be my whole thing. It's part of my thesis.
Yeah, I'm looking to get on Fox News for a troll tweet. That's the dream. That's peak. Yeah, that is the dream you're looking at.
I wonder if the era of that might be over. Like if they finally.
Maybe. I think they like to use it though. Like they know it's bullshit.
Yeah,
but
it riles people up.
Yeah.
I love it when they post like complete fucking nobodies on there, like their authorities on stuff. Like it'll be like butthole69@hotmail.net is their name or whatever, and they don't even have an avatar, and then it's like, I just think that the freaking president should tell Mexico to shove it or whatever, and you're like, what? They only chose this because they were doing like a Twitter search and was like, Donald Trump shove it or whatever, and that's why they picked this person to go on. But the person, like, then you click through and it's like 3 followers, account created like Monday, and like.
I got on Good Morning America once for putting a bunch of Cheerios on my baby, but that's about the closest I've got.
That's noble.
I've gotten on a BuzzFeed top 20 funniest tweets of the week. That's my highlight.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a rough life.
But your tweets are very popular on the Chapo Trap House 2
Yes.
subreddit.
Oh, Chapo Trap House 2.
Maybe 1 as well.
Is that the
I don't know that one.
non-revisionist Chapo Trap House subreddit?
Yes.
That's fun.
I got on the Cumtown subreddit once. That was kind of...
I did too. It was rough. I didn't enjoy that.
It was really... I didn't understand why. I said something stupid to that Jake Farrell guy.
Oh, Jake Flores?
Jake Flores, yeah.
Yeah.
And they were like, look at because I think they just hate him.
Yeah, they hate him.
Yeah, there was a big Jake Flores Cumtown feud for a while there.
And they were like, look at this guy, making fun of Jake. He doesn't even realize it. And I was like, I wasn't really making fun of him. It was all very confusing.
Yeah.
It's a weird place.
Yeah, I don't like knowing about it.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if Cam's thing's gonna work. I'm gonna have to probably wrap up soon. We're at 12 a.m. Eastern here. I guess I'll probably do another 10 minutes here, 10-15 minutes, and then I'm gonna wrap up the stream. What a historic night, stream here on Twitch. I'm very, very happy with how the stream turned out, though. I'm glad that people were tuning in. What a great list of incredible guests, too. Unbelievable. I hope everyone enjoyed that.
How many people were watching?
I held steady at around 200 for most of the night. When we got that surfs rate, it jumped up to 450 for a little while, but I think it's getting kind of late and most people dropped off. But we're still sitting around 200. It's the most people I've ever had watch my stream, so I'd be happy to continue doing it. It's just I'm physically becoming exhausted at this point, though.
And it's only 9:00 p.m. here in Victoria, BC, so the night is young.
Yeah.
It's 1 o'clock here.
I've gone through the whole process of taking the THC spray, peaking, and now I'm in the down. I'm coming down now. I'm in the downturn
let's just do another little shot of that right now.
Yeah.
Come on, Rob. We have to drive home. Remember?
Yeah, I don't want to.
I'm looking at the writing I voted in to dox my home address. I guess Burnaby, North Seymour, where the NDP had a chance of winning. So I voted for them, and it seems like the NDP are not gonna win by 1, so I guess my vote didn't matter.
Yeah, I just saw my old. My partner's been sending me updates throughout the night. I just saw my old riding in Rosemont, which was one of Montreal's NDP ridings, just got lost to the block tonight as well.
It would have been sick if the block beat Trudeau, though. If they had de-seated him.
Yeah,
that would have been pretty sick. Yeah, I mean, other than the fact that we would have had a conservative minority, but it would have been
just if that one seat.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Personally lost.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like Laurel Collins with the NDP is going to take Victoria, and I'm super fucking stoked about that because Laurel Collins is fucking rad. And I love to see the Green Party lose, so I'm happy.
We're all united against the Green Party having any sort of
Green Party. They're capitalists that ride bicycles.
Yeah. It enrages me when you encounter people who think that the Greens are some kind of moral high ground situation, because you're like, okay, name one time in history when they haven't been fuck ups. They are, I've used this term on the Trash Feature podcast one time about Michael Gove. I really hate that fucking guy. Anyway, but if they fell into a barrel of tits, they'd come up sucking their own thumb. And it's very true. They just cannot, they make these fucked up, policy papers. They say the dumbest shit every time there's a microphone in front of them. They come off like a terrible PTA organized event. You know?
Yeah, for sure.
What really bugs me about the Green Party is how they portray themselves as a progressive alternative to the political status quo.
Mm-hmm.
But really, they're very. I mean, Elizabeth May is a self-described fiscal conservative.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she married a millionaire.
And in fact, the leader of the Greens before Elizabeth May was a staffer for Brian fucking Mulroney. So like they're very pro-market capitalist party, and it really does bug me that they're able to kind of wrap themselves in the blanket of progressivism when really they're quite conservative.
The Greens are beating the PPC in Alberta. I think that should really say it all.
Yeah.
The Green candidate in my riding literally put fiscally conservative on his voter info card.
Conservative, environmentally awesome. Yeah.
Our Green conservative, her and Elizabeth May had a rally last week at a coffee shop that Granny used to work at that like crushed a Union Drive like 4 years ago. And then we found out that the Joanne Roberts, who was the Green candidate here, it was because her sister owns the coffee shop.
Oh my god.
They're cool. They have a powerful, like PTA, like I volunteer for my daughter's swim team kind of thing. Like
when you mention Salt Spring Island, I think people think that it's like Sedona or something where it's just a bunch of fucking hippies like on a commune situation. They don't expect it to be like like a rich neighborhood of Dallas Whole Foods, which is what it is like.
Yeah. I mean, it is a bunch of hippies. It is Elizabeth May's perfect ride. It is very petty bourgeois, like small business owners and solar panel enthusiasts and organic farmers and carrot pants and so on.
I mean, hippies all just became weird. Not conservatives, but like even all the people that were like kind of funny cult hippies all just became like tech dipshits, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like
well,
I remember
that's kind of a misconception about the whole like peace and love, free love movement in the States, is that it wasn't exactly like a left-wing movement at all. It was like kind of like libertarian in a way, kind of like
they did not practice dialectical materialism whatsoever.
The Green Party is the same. The Green Party has the same motto as Yang.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Not left, not right.
Yeah.
The people who were able to tune in and turn off and tune out and all that shit were the people who had rich parents. Let's face it.
Yeah.
It's Coachella by another name.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, there's a fantastic documentary series by Adam Curtis called "The Century of Self" that's all about how the hippie boomers ended up as conservatives. It's 10 out of 10. Would recommend.
It's also the best backgrounder you can ever get on the rise of public relations.
You mean propaganda?
Yeah.
Actually,
yeah.
Yeah, I've only ever seen Hypernormalization.
Yeah.
Dude, History of Self is like my favorite documentary series ever. You must watch it.
I will watch it.
Every day that passes turns me more into a Maoist third worldist.
I was reading Mao on our stream.
More and more people are saying this.
President Xi, take us over now.
You are hearing this more and more.
I was telling people to read Settlers, and everyone was like, stop.
Combat liberalism in note of our recent government that's about to form.
I used to be a landlord, and I still kind of agree with Maoism.
Yeah. Well, when the tribunal comes, that'll go on your ledger. You're gonna get leniency. So that's good. As long as you accept that Jagmeet won his seat, just seeing from CBC, that's good.
I got it.
Your dunce cap will be a foot shorter.
Yeah, exactly. So that's.
I've been to a lot of green tech conferences though, and the people fucking love the Greens.
Well, it's part of like this kind of like inherently conservative reaction to climate change, right? Where it's just like, yeah, we can kind of fiddle around our consumption patterns, but we're going to have innovation this like magical word of innovation is gonna like save us from all this stuff, and we don't actually have to like change our economic system because we're just gonna like make green capitalism and do that, and then that's gonna be the savior. But it's just a complete bullshit made up word that means nothing.
Yeah. If they were really serious about that, then they could say, okay, fine. Then what we're going to do is we're going to force the largest single purchaser of solar panels and, desalination equipment, whatever, meaning the government, to buy, that, like, I honestly believe that if you ran a candidate here on the policy of we are going to put solar panels on every building that the government owns and sell the electricity back to the grid, thus flooding the grid, thus bringing the cost of production down and passing it on to the customer, you could win an election in a landslide. That is actually kind of a conservative idea when you really get down to it. It's about finding a single buyer, the Ross Perot method, and forcing them to buy your product. But they'll never run on something like that. They'll never, because it's seen as unclean.
Yep.
Yeah. It's another reason to take the black pill and just, we're screwed.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm pro carbon now.
Listen,
you're pro what?
Carbon, it's good for plants.
Oh,
They
yeah.
need to...
Yeah, exactly.
What about
what plants crave?
So apparently there is a three-way tie in the riding that Jody Wilson-Raybould is running in.
Damn.
I've to be honest, my brain has lost all ability to process any of this information. Yeah. It's just hitting my brain like a big lump of oatmeal, starchy oatmeal. My whole brain is turning into that.
That's what electoral politics does.
It is. You can't.
To the Marxist brain.
Too much. Way too much.
I knew regardless of the result, I was gonna think the shit sucks, and that was correct.
Yeah.
There was no situation that wasn't gonna fucking suck until the aliens came.
Yeah.
Again, Communist Party of Canada majority. That's the only.
Yeah. Maybe there's still time. I don't know.
There's still time.
They're only running in 46 seats or whatever, but I think they can still do it.
I feel like they can find a way.
There are sleeper cells.
Communism finds a way.
Yeah.
Yeah, a bunch of the candidates that won other seats were actually secret communists. And tomorrow morning a majority have spread across all.
Or all these liberals winning seats are all MK Ultra secret agents that are going to be activated tomorrow. Cross the aisle to the Communist Party of Canada, delivering a huge victory for working people and socialism, global socialism. That's my prediction, I think, for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Here.
I think that President Xi will take us over.
Yeah.
I think that my vote for the Communist Party of China is gonna actually come to fruition, and it'll turn out that he will democratically assume power.
Cool.
Yeah. I can't
I just think that if Jagmeet Singh holds the balance of power, that he could actually stop the Trans Mountain Pipeline.
Yeah.
Man, he's been wishy-washy on that.
Yeah.
So
I don't know.
He ran in Burnaby, for Christ's sake, and that's where the terminal would be. So he seems to, if by necessity, if anything else, quite against TMX. So I think he might do it. I fucking hope so.
Yeah, I'm not sure he could do that using the power the power that he has as a minority government, but what's going to stop the pipeline is people on the ground. And if he can harness that and harness the kind of social movement that's building to stop this, then that would be kind of the best thing that he could do, I think, to take power, but use that to support a grassroots movement to block this shit, because ultimately that's what we need to do.
They're not going to stop. Like, the Conservatives aren't block IPOL.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter. Like, that thing's... If that thing's getting stopped, yeah, it's not parliamentary. The way it's going to happen.
Yeah.
But, and I know we were talking before, the role of the NDP should be in the interest in election. But my honest thing is, as hopeful as I am that they would do the right thing, I think, and this is what I thought sort of from the beginning of the election, in the last, like, since they elected Jagmeet as the leader, really, is I think that the sort of organizational leaders of the party are not interested in really skewing left. I think they're going to look at this performance tonight as like a rejection of that, and just kind of skew back towards like Satanism. Unfortunately, that's my bold NDP.
Well, we're gonna have to do some serious targeted harassment then, if that's what the lesson is learned.
I'm ready.
Okay, but so I work in Alberta in the oil industry, and like it's overwhelmingly conservative, but I've found talking to people that if you go at people on individual issues like employee ownership and workplace democratization, people are overwhelmingly for that. So I don't know what the actual strategy would be, but like,
well, because conservatives
if
have
you
successfully
issue
pulled
by
off
issue
this
by
grift
issue,
where
people
working people
are
think
genuinely okay with it, and there's definitely room for them to wedge into there, even though it clearly looks like it's overwhelmingly a conservative stronghold forever. Like,
yeah, well, because
there's a place
conservatives
for them to come in.
successfully pulled off this grift where working people think that they're on their side, which is awful because it seems obvious to me that they aren't, and that they're on the side of the bosses and the corporations and not the actual working people there. But I don't know how you're supposed to convince people that that's the case, you know?
I think the problem with Alberta, at least, is that people look, at least if you're in the trades, they look at themselves as they are an oil field worker. That's just the industry that they're in. They can't take their skills and move it to another industry. But if you give them the idea that they can move over and make, I don't know, similar kind of money or possibly more, or have more control over their job, over their income, over whatever's going on, they're more than willing to go with that. So I think we need to, I don't know really the way to get in with that, but there's absolutely a wedge to get in with there, because
absolutely,
the people do agree with that. The people do realize that they're being
that's one of the really disappointing things about the NDP's tenure in Alberta is they had a chance to speak to those people and to show them that they were on their side, but by bending over backwards to keep the reactionaries happy and to keep the fucking oil industry happy, they weren't able to like bring working people into that coalition. Whereas if they actually like used their power to like enact a left-wing agenda and do a just transition away from the oil sands, but making sure that people kept their jobs and people were able to get great green jobs, if they had put all their effort and all their energy into that, they would be in a way better place, and so would working people in Alberta.
Yeah. Well, that's what people are terrified about in the oil industry in general, is that like as soon as that industry goes away, that's it for their job forever. But they don't realize that like they're more than that. They have more, that their skills and abilities are worth more than that. They're not just an oil field worker.
And that's exactly why this like Green New Deal approach is the best approach to climate policy, and not this like bullshit triangulation, because Green New Deal idea is aimed at like improving people's lives and not just fucking like doing dumb bullshit carbon taxes and passing the debt on to the people that are going to be most affected by it.
Because the people that I've talked to that I've, if there's this massive infrastructure spending that created all these new jobs for green tech and stuff, people want to move away and move over into that stuff. That's what they want to do. Like, the oil
Nobody
industry
wants
is
to
rough. It's
back in their
disgusting.
lungs.
Like,
Yeah.
no, they want to do that, but we've just been conditioned that it's not
By
an
the way,
option. And there's a wedge.
I don't want to repeat right-wing talking points, but fuck the carbon tax. Working class people should not have to pay for the climate crisis. And the rich people. So climate hashtag.
When I was out canvassing, you could tell the carbon tax was very unpopular, but taxing multimillionaires was extremely popular.
Yeah. That always gets wildly unreported. I don't know if you saw that thing that was on Twitter yesterday. It was an interview between Rahm Emanuel and George Stephanopoulos. And George Stephanopoulos was like, oh my God, wealth tax. And then like Rahm Emanuel, not exactly like Mr. like funky dunky hippie, was like having to explain why that is popular.
Yeah.
Okay. I have a class at 8:30. It's 12.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, well, I think that's a good sign from the gods to close out the stream. I was planning to do this till 11, and it's now coming up on 12:30. So I feel like we did a good stretch here. So I guess we'll say goodbye. But thank you very much to everyone that tuned into the stream. It was a pleasure doing this. I hope you got something out of it. Thank you so much to all the great guests that called in. And Karen and Liv, who did like a mad marathon with me here. I'm so happy. I thought it was really great. And thank you, everyone. Thanks for joining us, and thanks for talking and doing this all stuff. It was great.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for organizing this.
Bronx cheer.
Beast mode. No cap.
Yeah.
And everyone.
Okay, yeah, if we can get a goodbye going in the chat, and we'll say goodbye. But again, thank you again for watching. I had a great time.
Communism will win going in the chat.
Yeah, let's get
will win. Fully automated luxury space communism.
Yeah, let's get a communism will win going in the chat as we sign off here. I'm an inclusion. I'm signing in right now.
Everybody's going to enjoy their whippets and shiwis and have a good night.
Yeah,
exactly.
See you on the DM.
Yeah,
right.
okay.
Bye.
Okay, bye everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.